Prime sub received. Thank you for appeasing the overmind.
Hello, everyone. Dimitri do be chillin'. Like the title stated, we got GSL semis and finals. This was definitely the quickest they've ever done GSL before. It's going to be a best of 5 for the semis and a best of 7 for the finals. Pretty sure. In the bottom right, it is Gumiho. In the top left, it is Hero. Already saying on a pro bout, but probably not for anything too cheesy. Probably just to be, as Pig would say, a dickhead. Hero does like to use the probe for harassment against Terran. So we got this matchup, which is obviously Hero versus Gumiho. And then we have Cure versus Classic. That'll be our matches. And then obviously whoever wins goes to the finals. Yay. And I do predict that a Protoss is going to win. I think actually it'll be a PvP finals. And then between Classic and Hero, I mean, I'm going to go with Hero. But I wouldn't be surprised if Classic won the PvP. But we'll find out. We'll find out together. Unless you've already been spoiled, and then don't spoil it for anyone else. Cure and Gumiho both were keen on the early game aggression in their group TVPs, and I don't think that'll change much for these best of 5s. Hero... Wait, who did Hero play? Oh my god, I don't remember who Hero played. But Hero, probably would see this and study it. They don't have a lot of time to study in these GSL seasons, by the way. These are actually back-to-back. Back-to-back-to-back, right? The groups round of 8 and into the semifinals and the finals. So not nearly as much time to prepare. But the good news is, at the very least, to just look at the VODs and see what your opponent generally was doing. That doesn't take too much time. It's more like specifically finding particular timings and scouting details that you can check up on, and then maybe finding practice partners to practice specifically against something. That would obviously take a lot more time. But if you are capable of watching the VOD or watching the game while you're warming up to the side, right, 4 players in the group, then you would get the gist pretty quick that almost all these Terrans are going to be going for some type of early aggression and really try to kill Protoss before they comfortably get to 3 bases. That is absolutely the gist. The only odd man out was Bjorn, and unfortunately he was unsuccessful in his attempt to super macro versus the Protoss player. So Classic did a really great job handling this situation. He did face Gumiho, actually. And again, I can't remember who Hero faced, but might have been Cure. And then Hero, it was Cure, and then he lost game 1, but then he rebounded and won the next 2 games. That might have been actually the case. The point is that he does have a lot of experience against this. I'm sure the Korean ladder is full of it. So we've got a very safe opener from Hero. He went for the, obviously, very early probe scout for the harassment as well, confirming there's no proxy. But then he did go for the Sentry, and the Sentry is going to scout that this is actually a 2-1 with I would say, a high likelihood that it is an actual SCV pool with a 3rd barracks. Perhaps coming down as well. I mean, that's what I'd be most scared of at this point, rather than a, let's say, 2-1-1. And unfortunately for Gumiho, this is just something that you have to accept, that you are going to be scouted. As soon as you put the Protoss player in the mind of, okay, I'm going to be attacked very quickly, they're probably going to get this sentry. I mean, there are attacks that happen not preemptively, not before the sentry necessarily, but like if you opened up with a bunch of Reapers and Hellions, maybe you could take advantage of the sentry, perhaps, I don't know, not having the energy for a force field, not being the best damage dealer, and then maybe you get into the natural, but, that probe scout usually can scout kind of the hints of that possibility, and then you can be a little more on guard about getting the wall off. Like, the scouting can be consistent from the Protoss player, and it's really tough for the Terran to try and truly trick the Protoss player. It is going to be a 2-1-1, by the way. It's something that Hero wants to double check, but it is difficult for the Terran to surprise the Protoss player. It's not impossible. It's also not impossible to still win despite that. I don't know if you guys can see this. I got like crazy like dead pixels going on in the top right. I think that is the map. That's weird. Okay. I'm getting distracted. We got Hero with almost the full knowledge. Not quite. He didn't get that second hallucination down into see the starport. So the possibility of this actually being a third barrack somewhere that he didn't quite see, or that happened to be delayed just to give the impression of a 2-1-1, because that would also be a potential goal of Terran players, is to acknowledge the fact that they're going to be scouted and say like, well, I've presented a picture that you think is complete, and it's actually not. But that is also very difficult to do. And the Protoss players do seem to kind of just be, upon seeing any form of less than standard, although I would say this is now the standard of the matchup, but less than just 3 racks, 1-1, 2 base leading into a third. It does seem like they're really prioritizing these 2 bases, and we have Hero going for, the charge, storm, 2 base into slower third. Blink was finished first, so this wasn't directly into charge, which I think is actually very appropriate considering that this could be a 2-1-1, which Hero seems to have read, which is correct. Yeah, it is correct. So good on him. And that'll help him deflect these medevacs a little bit better. And the Stalkers, I would say, generally can handle the 16 Marines. Generally being the operative word. They did need a little more help. That charge nowhere near completion. The Zealots just getting massacred, and this is a little bit tougher than Hero, I think, predicted. I wanted to maybe catch the medevacs a little bit more, basically, not let the full 16 Marine drop actually unload. So to lose 6 probes and then I don't know how many Stalkers, 3 Stalkers so far, is a good, I would say okay amount of damage. Gumiho did lose all of his Marines plus a medevac and then found no success with the follow-up push, which I think the plan was to get a siege up and then maybe even join forces once again, the drop and the tank push. Doesn't actually happen, and with that, I don't know if I necessarily like where Gumiho is at. The supplies look very favorable to Gumiho, and currently they are, but this happened in a previous series where the threat of the charge storm is very high. That is the power spike that Hero is going to try to use to get back into this game in an economic sense and further his technology as well. So that's his goal now. And he did take some of that economic damage. He's not going to be able to produce non-stop Zealots as much as one would prefer. And obviously Gumiho should be a little more wise to it, considering that he saw the High Templars and he saw the Templar Archives, and I like that he's not pushing out with the main army. The power spike that Hero has would be within the next 60 seconds. As you come across the map, try and warp in as many Zealots as possible, and then try and get really awesome storms. So I like the Gumiho just stays behind his tanks here. A little bit of SimCity to help out. The missile turret can kind of deflect the Warp Prism from getting top tier storms. I like that as well. And yeah, Gumiho not going to lose the lead that he did gain from the early game, or mid-game, whatever you want to call it, from the 2-1-1. War Prism's going to go into the main. I thought this might be storm drops. It is not. Just a couple of Zealots. Looks like Hero not willing to set aside a couple of storms. He had to make a decision. As I said, he could either go for basically an all-in, try and hit that power spike where he still has this technology that is not countered, not until Ghosts make an appearance. Or he can do what he is doing, which is go, okay, well, this isn't really going to work out as much. I didn't defend as perfectly as I was hoping for, but let's go ahead and macro out of it anyway. and try and get to Colossus, try and get to 4th base. And well, that's what Hero is doing. So Hero is trying to make sure that Gumiho doesn't read this and then attack him and then find him unprepared because Hero has not been dedicating as many warpins and investing a lot into additional technology and Nexus instead. But it does seem like Gumiho is playing very defensive. I think Hero's little scouting with the Warp Prism actually revealed that. He's going to try and shark around for an engagement. I don't know if he ever actually truly goes for it. I don't know. This actually kind of looks like an opportunity. Where is the rest of Gumiho's army? We got some on the backside, which is always nice, but here's the rest of the army. There it is. Still a lot of storms left over, but a little Sim City with a command center. It does get killed, not canceled, so I'm not sure that was worth the Sim City, but the storms are really starting to hit. 6 High Templars not used basically in the entirety of the game, right? They had soaked up a lot of energy, and it looks like Gumiho was a little less than prepared for this. He had a drop on the side of the map. It was only a handful of units, though. I mean, he was playing defensive. And I think he very intentionally had the units over there so that he could come in from 2 different angles. Like, I think he knew this was going to be on the way. But yet, he has been broken. 21 SCVs were killed, 4th Command Center killed, not canceled. 3rd CC did live. But we still have at least one more storm that helps injure all of the units here, and there's still so much Protoss. I mean... Alright, I guess that still works. How was Gumiho going to play that a little bit better here? I'm curious. So he has a slight army supply lead. He doesn't have that, again, direct counter that is EMP. And he didn't seem particularly eager to get to it quickly. Sometimes, you don't want to get to ghosts too quickly because they are expensive. So, trying to get that on 2 base can actually be a real problem, especially if your opponent is actually expanding. It's not like some type of all-in. Usually on 3 base saturation, that's when you would see the Ghost Academy come down. And I'm not saying he would have had Ghosts. It probably would have been a very tight timing, but yeah, that's interesting. He didn't know the attack was on the way until it, appeared right here, so I guess that is also something that could have been fixed. So many storms, good lord. That the army wasn't really protecting the tanks. So the first one goes down without much say. And then the tanks actually, weirdly enough, they might have been, it's usually good to have a depth of tanks. But in this case, they might have been too far apart from each other as well. If you had 3 tanks shooting away here, they would have been able to focus fire the High Templars without being attacked by any of the units because the Sim City was there, at least temporarily. And then... He did kind of bathe in the storm a little bit, but there's so many of them, I don't know what else you do. These equal upgrades. Gumiho was maybe a little greedy. I'll say that. I guess what might have actually killed him was the greed. He also made a mess up on his macro. He's got 3, he's got 5 barracks. He got 5. So he was going into 8 barracks. No, I wouldn't say he messed up on his macro. The Zealots are annoying, but... Versus that drop to come back, which... Maybe they actually weren't... Maybe they were just go for the Warp Prism. So maybe they weren't supposed to be on the backside. And their timing anyway, like even if that could have been a good thing, the timing going on the backside was probably not ideal anyway. And the 2 Metavacs probably should have been over here. I mean, really specific stuff, though. Yeah, tough. Very tough. Nothing screams obvious, like you should have done this, you should have done that. But I guess there are multiple tiny things that could have been fixed. Maybe he could have had more Metavacs. Maybe his Woodamine production could have been more consistent. If he can afford a 4th base, there is at some point a time of gap production where he got 400 minerals. And then, yeah, I guess you try not to do that. GG's. A little surprising. I thought that was coming in a bit too late. All right, so in the bottom right, we do have Gumiho. In the top left, up one, it is Hero. I'm going to double check if it's a best of 5 or best of 7. Yeah, it's a best of 5. Okay. We're good. All right, so Hero going on a pylon here. Yeah, I'm a little surprised at how easy, I suppose it looked. Like at the end of the battle, Gumiho was really dead, and Hero had plenty of units. And the amount of storms that he was able to gather without any EMP available was very scary. And I guess at the end of the day, maybe that is what I blame the most. Not expediting the Ghost Academy. Or getting one at all. And I think he could have afforded a Ghost Academy in time to have at least 3 ghosts. That's kind of the target, is getting to 3 ghosts. Hero's attack was not particularly quick. And it wasn't particularly dedicated. I mean, he was in a lower economic position kind of off the base of the early to mid game. But he was grabbing a 4th. And he was making a transition into Colossus. So that wasn't quite the power spike that I was talking about, where it was go, 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 and try and invest everything you possibly can into an army. He wasn't doing that. It really did look like he was just going to, posture around for an engagement possibility and not really go for it. But he did see that the army was not really in place. I think there's also something to, if you're on the front, and then you see the incoming attack, the way you dodge out the storm, right? You just run away. You literally just run away. It's not about getting a concave. It's not about, necessarily like standing your ground for a little while and then running away. Like, I think you really do try and just bait out the storm as far ahead as possible and then run the hell away. And then you have a lot more space to literally run away, and you have a little bit more time for the medevacs to heal before they catch up to you when they get in their storm. I think that was missing. There's always possibility, too, that the Zealots just, run ahead and go crazy while the storms are catching up. So I guess at the end of the day, maybe he could have gotten EMPs, and then maybe he could have had that army in better position, tanks better positioned as well, take advantage a little more of the SimCity that was available for a time. And then, maybe dedicate more to a 3-base setup rather than prepare your transition over into the 4th base. Because even though Hero was grabbing a 4th, it really was not like he had first gotten up to 80 probes and was trying to get the 3 Colossus first. I mean, he still had an army that had a technology that Gumiho wasn't significantly prepared for. I sound bewildered, not because I'm just like, well, this is another evidence that Protoss is pretty overpowered, guys. Really just as to why Gumiho found himself in that position after having the knowledge that that was a possibility. Trying to kind of figure that one out. But moving on, and we do have to move on very quickly because this is actually a rare case of a full-on 1-base 1-1-1. Haven't seen this in a while. No natural command center, guys. Hero, of course, scouts it because he went for a sentry. He knows that Gumiho is going to try and kill him or severely hamper him before the 3rd base. And now that it's been scouted, plus he was already going charge first, by the looks of it, I don't believe in the win here for Gumiho. 1 base all-ins, they taper off real quick. Initially, especially if you don't scout it, they are quite good. But if you do scout it, and then you are able to buy some time, they really aren't good. Shield battery in the main was already done as well, helping out some of the limited number of units. Actually, a very important shield battery. Saves that stalker, which kind of in turn saved probably a 2nd stalker, honestly. That shield battery probably just saved 2 stalkers. And on the front line, Cyclone was unsuccessful in trying to kill one of these shield batteries. They were tag team and they were helping each other out. Tank is pre-positioned, hoping maybe there's a little bit of a chase going on, especially if Hero is going for Blink, which at this point in time, Gumiho might think it is Blink. Unfortunately, it's not. And that really is unfortunate, because Charge deals so well with anything that depends on a tank or 2. And just a limited number of units. Obviously, the Marines don't have the same fire damage output as they would when they have stim, and they don't have combat shields either, so they don't hold up to the Zealots very long either. 3 Stalkers might still be enough. Yes, it is, to deal with the Liberator. Zealots chewed through the SCVs and the Marines, and wow, that was quick. But that was a entirely one base all in that was pretty immediately scouted, and that's what happens with one base all ins. So, all right, hero 2-0. No love for the Tau Terran. I love Gumiho. I think that it's very clear that the Terrans are struggling versus Protoss now. That was a sub 5 minutes to game number 2, and so we go into game 3 real quick, Nick. It's ley lines. Bottom left Hero, top right Gumiho. Hero is kind of smacking Gumiho down. Gumiho did win a TVP. Although, to be fair, it was versus Amaru, who's not necessarily main Protoss. So I guess he really doesn't have a lot of credibility in TVP. Otherwise, Classic also just slapped Gumiho down, especially with the knowledge Maru gave him, funnily enough, of Gumiho's intentions, which Protoss players are already in the know. They already have the gist. But just to confirm that the Gumiho would continue doing one base, even all-ins, like that's just a nice confirmation. And we're seeing, I feel like, the continuation of that. Different Protoss, but same results, or even more brutal results, honestly. I think Gumiho had a little more wiggle room versus Classic in their Storm charge game. I think it was a little bit closer, if I recall correctly. And then I think when there was some type of out-of-meta all-in, I think Classic did struggle a little more. He still won, but like Hero is improving on it, and I don't know how Gumiho gets out of this one. It is so difficult to actually surprise a Protoss player who has decided to go into the, very thorough scouting, probe scout, maybe a depth scout, maybe not, just right, like the Sentry hallucination comes in so quickly. With the recharge, you don't really have to get that adept scouting, which was, kind of the bridge beforehand. Because there have been Sentry openers, like Estrella was actually one of the guys who I think liked Sentry openers more than anyone else. But you still had a bit of time that you had to bridge with other forms of scouting, and now that's not the case with recharge. So what I would expect, what I would typically suggest is, okay, so clearly they're so on guard against the early attacks that you could try and catch them being overly defensive. But it's not that big of an investment to go Sentry first. I mean, if the Protoss player is going to go, and not Sentry first, by the way, but like quick Sentry, shall we say, so Sentry second. If they are going to go second Sentry, if they are going to go 2 shield batteries, main and natural, if they are going to go charge first, and you are not doing some type of attack, and you realize this, and you're just like, okay, well, man, like, let's calm down here, and you just macro at home, the Protoss player is in a bad position. The Protoss player has not taken their third fast enough. The Protoss player's charge upgrade is actually very limited. It is a punch in the face type of upgrade. It doesn't have that flexibility that Stalkers do to give you harassment, scouting, a little bit of the map control right. So that would be the problem. It's just, again, so difficult to catch the Protoss ever making that drastic of a mistake. They might be cautious initially and say, okay, this guy's probably going to 2-base all-in me. Let's go ahead and just preemptively get that charge, or maybe go ahead and preemptively get the shield batteries. But the second hallucination is going to come out and be like, oh, he's not doing that. Okay, never mind. All right, maybe if I have the timing right, I can change my upgrade. Maybe I can cancel the shield batteries, or maybe I just suck it up and say, okay, whatever, but he's not going to attack me anytime soon. So I think I still have time to get the third Nexus a little bit later, to chrono my probes, and still get to an okay position. It seems to be, at least with the very, very top Protoss players, are capable of doing, and Hero is very, very top Protoss player. And, he went charge first last game, which worked out brilliantly versus the exact situation that he was in. He did go blink first in the first game. And I think that is still the safest thing to do generally, unless you actually literally see a 1-base all-in. I think blink first is still the wiser thing to do, and you can still probably adapt if you see like an SCV pull coming. It's definitely not an SCV pull yet. That's not what's interesting about this opener. Magfield Accelerator's on the way. Cyclone upgrade. So he's going to build a lot of Cyclones. You don't react to Cyclones anymore, though. So a lot of Cyclones is not quite correct. You're already deflecting the first medevac drop thanks to a shield battery in the main. I mean, technically, you know, if again, this was guaranteed a typical 1-1-1 into 3 racks 1-1 into 3rd CC. You don't technically want all these shield batteries, you know, if you're playing a really clean macro game, but just to ensure that they don't get you to hiccup, get you to falter before the real punch is coming, it's pretty worth it. Because you know in this tournament, Gumiho is going to just try and punch you in the face. And this is not a tank, it's Cyclones with the upgrade into Banshees, into Mech! I did wonder if that was going to happen with the Cyclone dedication. Hero did not scout the exact push out. Good pickup there, actually dodged a lot of stalker shots. He did not see the exact push out, and I'm not sure I missed it too. I'm not sure if he saw it was a Cyclone upgrade, but yeah, he did actually. But it looks like he's not scared anyway. He doesn't afraid of anything. Stalkers had the high ground. Stalkers even blinked aggressively, and Gumiho had to cower for a second. Doesn't look like Gumiho is making much headway. Hero, meanwhile, gonna have to scout that it is Mech. He might have that indication because it is the Cyclone upgrade and be like, okay, this is a classic Gumiho. He's not going to get the scout with the hallucination, though. But I don't think I care if he scouts this at this particular time. The Banshees might be the bigger problem. Speaking of, Banshee number 1 does come in. Dealt with very quickly. The shield batteries obviously were there, so that's always going to guarantee one Banshee won't do the trick. And so that just giving that heads up as well means the Observer can now be in place and the Stalkers as well. But yeah, going back to, I don't think I really care if Hero doesn't know for a fact that it's Bio or Mech. He could probably be greedier if he knew it was Mech, because, you know, Mech has to wait a little while before it has a critical mass, or at least typically it does. Gumiho is trying to catch some awkward timing. He's trying to catch, basically, Hero thinking, maybe it is Mech, maybe I have time to get a 4th base and chrono out my probes, get up to 77 or something like that, and then I'm going to catch you, not warping in. But Hero is not falling for this. While he does grab a 4th Nexus, he's also keeping, obviously, tabs on the army. He's not just starting to spread them around waiting for drops, which also might be a problem if he, again, thought it was Bio. Now he's starting to spread his army around. But no, he's not. So Gumiho has not found any pressure. And while Mech can be scary if you get maxed out with it, and there's even, you know, if you get maxed out with ghosts and, you know, planetaries every which way and you get the siege up, like, that is scary. Mech can technically win against Protoss. There is a large period of time in which Mech doesn't have a lot of teeth, and a good Protoss player can pick up on that, not only start to expand and upgrade and tech, but they can also start to take the map control and keep you off a 4th base, which you really need as a Mech player. And that would be Hero's kind of next goal, I suppose. But he still has to deal with this army. The Stalkers actually managed to miss it completely, but shockingly, Storm being helpful here. This is not tank Mech, so we have it actually affecting the Hellions and the Cyclones. Unfortunately, the Banshees were not countered, so they are getting a lot of freebies there. All the Templars are down before turning into Archons. That would have been very helpful, but this isn't necessarily the biggest punching army. Hero is forced to retreat. The Stalkers just coming in from such an awkward angle. There were so many of them that they really were supposed to harry this and chase it. And now it's a little bit more complicated because they weren't in position. But the Banshees, while they are a lot of DPS, they should be target fired eventually. The Cyclones are also blast cannon. And we got more army coming through here. 4th Nexus was killed. Hero's going to have to adapt out of this once he does clear this up. But I do believe he will clear this up. He believes it as well. He blinks forward, goes for a little medevac micro, but not comparing to the power of the Stalkers, just how many Hero was able to build up. And Banshee's even running out of cloak, so the lack of Observer, actually there was one, but even if there wasn't, it wouldn't have been an issue. 4th Nexus immediately rebuilt as Hero had a little bit in the bank. Busy microing. Didn't need charge lots for that, funnily enough. I mean, charge lots would have been barbecued by the initially large number of Hellbats, but then after that is done with, you can use them to great efficiency against Well, again, usually with his tank mech, but even against the limited number of Cyclones you can get, I still think they're good enough, basically. They tank, and then the Stalkers can focus fire. The Knight Templars are back in, so we can get those Storms on, again, very fragile units. And Immortals lived. Second Immortal is out. 5th base coming down, so we have a little double expand. You can play even more Zerg-like versus a mech player than Protoss is kind of already turning into. And Gumiho, his challenge is to get to that 4th base. And I don't think that's going to happen particularly. I thought he already had it. Okay, I'm blind. I guess he was just building it while that was going on. But it's going to be a long time before he gets to a 4th base. Hero can guard the 4th so well with the situation now. His main army is good. He's still got the possibility of harassment as well. Although so does Gumiho, I suppose, as more Banshees are still being created. They did not go for the Hyperflight Rotors, but still building up to 5, even 6 Banshees, constantly keeping Hero on guard back at home. No shield battery at the 3rd is a little bit of a mistake. Gumiho not going to sit on his heels. He actually is going to go for another attack. Little kind of battle mech going on here. But we have more decisive victories against Battle Mech than we would if this was versus Zerg. Storms coming down. Wood of Mine starting to pop off. Gumiho has built quite a few. Observer was scanned earlier. Second one is coming in now, however, to take care of that. And the rest of the army just did not actually find enough damage. So plenty of Protoss left over. Also an upgrade advantage for Hero, although temporarily. Plating is about to finish. I'm not sure that's going to help Gumiho, though, as Gumiho, his army... it's just not actually that scary. I know it keeps getting on the forward position. It killed a Nexus once as well, but Hero doing a very appropriate thing, just balancing army creation with expansions. And the army that he's creating can be so effective. You know, it takes a really awkward amount of lack of critical mass from the Protoss to, I think, lose these battles. Immortals are going to go down here. This was actually not a particularly good push for Hero, but he does have 5 bases going on to 6. So at this point, very much a Zerg-type mentality. Expand, engage. If you don't trade out well, you're going to have more reinforcements regardless. And eventually, I actually think that pound for pound, the Protoss army will get better. I mean, it's going to take one surround on these Cyclones to just completely decapitate Gumiho. The Cyclones will not win you an extended game, not alone. Even the Wood of Mine's coming through here. It's a very interesting build. Of course, I got to give Gumiho credit for trying this, as he also does manage to get a 4th base. So, Hero missing that. I think the push-in wanted to stop that. And Gumiho actually gets it up as a planetary. But Hero has expanded so much. He's going to be so rich. He's at 83 probes. He hasn't gotten into double forge. Oh, he just doesn't start his upgrades. Okay, he hasn't started his upgrades. His gas is a little lackluster. He does need maybe his 3rd base gases. So he got his 5th base gases, actually. Okay, fair enough. But he needs to start mining that quickly. Still getting more probes as well. A little bit of a breather, so Hero uses a Zealot run by. Which, my goodness, there is nothing over here to defend. It is a much more mobile mech army, so the response here is going to be a lot quicker. Blue Flame Hellions can actually deal with this kind of well. Widow Mines can be planted around to help out and be better spotters too. Banshees even can be used just purely for defense. Gumiho, he's trying to make this work. And it does feel like, you know, as much as I'm saying eventually Hero is going to get this one big army engagement that's going to go totally in his favor, I guess the same is true for Gumiho. It is very possible that Hero continues maybe being overconfident, and Gumiho is able to not just win an engagement, but continue forward, kill the Nexus, kill the probes, find the reinforcing units. It's possible. I just don't believe it. Hero, I think, is a little too good for that, and he is so far holding up to the mech, even if it is a bit of an oddity, not much practice against this particular style, but Hero seems to be doing all right. Again, the expansions being absolutely critical here. Banshees are once again a bother, only 1 observer on the field, but I think it is with the army somewhere, very close to it. I'm clicking on it, and we're not going to it. Okay, it was a surveillance mode. A little bit of a misposition from Hero. He's going to lose a couple of gateways. He's on 2 robos, and the Immortal count is up to 4. Coming in from 2 different angles as well. Starting to clear up the Wood of Mines too. Tank was trying to reinforce. Not going to happen. Cyclone's forced to disengage. Only finding 1 pylon, not the Nexus. Zealots on the chase. Might not want to for very much longer. Yeah, they are pulled back. Very nicely done. Stalkers blink in. That's still a lot of Cyclones left over, but he had the back attack. That's why he thought he would be confident. The back attack a little caught up, though, from reinforcing Cyclones. So it's definitely awkward. Hero supply starting to go down pretty heavily. Gumiho might have found that engagement I was talking about. Hero was literally all over the place, and not in a good way. Not in a perfectly timed surround way, but more in a too little there, too little there, too much there. And Gumiho is going to be able to take an engagement as well as kill a Nexus, but despite a 50 supply gap, Hero still has some very consistent mining going. He can absolutely take a better fight than that. He finally got his upgrades going, which were definitely delayed. His gas was not appropriate. Again, maybe not a lot of practice against this particular style right now. Even as the Rich Vespian, however, nice little harassment from Gumiho on the low ground to that base. And it looks like he's going to determine not to let Hero get this base back up and running. But Hero is going to have a lot of Immortals. Cancel on that Nexus for sure. For sure. Okay, no cancel. That's 400 minerals down the drain, which Hero isn't exactly replacing super quickly. Hellion's finding a couple of High Templars, forcing the Archon to be formed. Now, Archon's still very helpful, actually. They don't have a lot of range, so that is their problem in this engagement, but they will tank, and maybe they'll even get a couple of shots. Better than losing the High Templars, simple as. Wouldn't mind still helping out a little bit. The Immortals, though, on a high ground, standing their ground with their shield. That is a little too much for the Cyclones to push into, so they're going to be comfy denying the mineral mining of Hero's base. Soon enough, denying the gas mining as well. Gumiho prioritizing the vehicle plating, by the way, so he's about to be at +3. Stalker's taking on this many Cyclones, probably not the best idea. Very late to the blink back, because he blinked in, perhaps? Wow. Literally all the Stalkers are gone. They're dead. 50 supply gap still. Gumiho looks on the verge of victory, and he will win game number 3. Gumiho's mech does the trick. I was such a non-believer. Gumiho does it. Hero kind of only had one good engagement. The rest were meh. And then, one or two pretty bad ones, too. Gumiho proven that mech can work. GG's. And now we're on to torches. In the top right, it is Hero. In the bottom right, it is Gumiho. Gumiho was on his last life. It was a best of 5. He was down 0-2. Last life brings out the mech and is relentless with the battle mech. And Hero did falter. Not the best engagements he could have set up. Not finding the opportune time to go for harassment. Gumiho only dealt with one Zealot run by, which he dealt with very quickly. And Hero never got the control of the situation that he was hoping for. It was pretty clear with the battle mech style he wasn't going to gain a lot of map control, but even so, you would hope that one of those fights go a little bit better, you push off Gumiho a little bit longer, and then you not only expand, which Hero did well, but then you also take a little map control as well. And that's what was missing. Didn't get the opportune surround opportunity or gotcha opportunity that you would hope for if you had a little more information on the map as to how Gumiho was moving his army. Does that work again? I really don't know. I really don't. Because I was such a non-believer that I really have to second-guess my own beliefs here. It's the one thing that won. So, kind of feels like maybe you just do it. Was the map part of the reason that it was a win, though? I'm not going to say it's a lot of the reason why it was a win, but if I look at this map in the same scenario, Hero might be able to get a more secure 4th base. Mine's out here. The thing is, if you want to get a 3rd base in a triangle position, you both mine out the gold. So then it's not that big of a push to this 3rd, so it's actually not that much safer. And the argument for who benefits in that composition from who gets to expand aggressively is kind of a difficult one for me to state clearly. There's basically the more that you expand aggressively on a map like this, which is kind of linear, because if you want to go for these other bases, that's obviously farther away, more to the left than these bases. So it's kind of linear, right? But what happens when it's a short, thin map of linear bases that are taken towards your opponent is that swings happen a lot quicker. So, in some cases, I guess that would benefit Gumiho's style. In other cases, maybe Hero He did get one battle at least where he had that time to calm down and rebuild, double expand, almost even triple expand. And then maybe that benefits him more in a map like this. We'll think more about it if we do see Mech again, which I just don't know if we will. Probe's playing with fire. Very much so. Reaper comes back to help kill it. High ground was taken from Gumiho, knowing that it's possible early game aggression was on the way. And Hero wasn't really going to take advantage of the lack of bunker. Unfortunately, he is now being taken advantage of. That's not a strong start for Hero so far after losing the last game. Gumiho is not going to be going for mech, or if he does, it's going to be a really wacky mech transition. Looks like finally Hero does what he wants and gets into the natural and starts to harass the SCVs. A little bit of scouting, maybe. No, not quite. Doesn't see the factory. Technically, this could be a 3 racks for all he knows. Some hidden units on the backside. The Adept Shade will confirm the factory, of course. The second barracks building at this particular time also confirms that it is at least 2-on-1. This is what Gumiho did in game 1. But there is also, as I was saying, the possibility for 3 racks. There is the real possibility that Gumiho has a 3rd racks, and then he just pulls the SCVs. He did that before. And this time around, Hero did not go for a fast sentry opener. So he does not have that hallucination that's going to confirm. So right now, probably banking on it being another 2-on-1 that found some effectiveness in game 1. That did kill probes, that did force Hero to respond quite strongly. I thought it ended up putting Gumiho in a good position. The power spike I anticipated didn't hit as fast as I thought it would, but it did hit eventually, and yeah, Hero did win, but I actually thought the start was pretty good for Gumiho. Hero has gone for a very typical opener. Like, it's the first game where the Protoss has done the most typical thing. Going into 3-gate blink with a Warp Prism. This could be very dangerous, actually, for the 2-on-1. It all depends on whether the medevacs are found out. If the medevacs are found out, you could just probably tap out right then and there. Because the Stalkers are going to immediately counterattack with a Warp Prism. Be devastating. There's a possibility, if it wasn't for this Observer, that maybe the Stalkers go aggressive first, and the medevac catches them off guard, and they're forced to recall, and then that's really awkward. But there is an Observer. And it is going to see that it's actually a 2-on-1. Gumiho fortunately sees the Observer. I think that is kind of important. Because he didn't have a lot of scouting. He had no scouting as well, right? So for all he knows, this is not one of the most typical TVP openers. The Observer does not come at that time. But he saw it. He knows that he was scouted. And now, well, he has to deal with Stalkers on the front line. The bunker was being built, but it was quite late. Marines without stim as of yet. But even if they do stim, that's kind of what the Stalkers want. They want them to stim. They want to blink back. They want to injure them and then get the medevac energy drained. Fortunately, Gumiho did also add on a tank that's really important to help out here. But 8 SCVs have already gone down. And we got Hero dedicating to this. Even though he's only on 3 gateways, he is investing constantly into Army, trying to hit with the charge lots as well. The Zealots, though, just regular right now, aren't as efficient. The Stalkers have already taken out a chunk of the Marines, a large chunk of the SCVs, now target firing the medevac as well. And Gumiho just had no idea how much Protoss Army was about to hit him in the natural. I think if he had a glimpse, if he had a thought about it, you know, the bunker could have been done faster, and it'll probably still get sniped. Maybe it holds a little bit longer. I think that there's a possibility he would have actually pulled away from the natural, realizing the numbers didn't match up quite yet. Because it would have taken an extra maybe 1 or 2 rounds of production for Gumiho to settle. And I think be comfortable against that many Blink Stalkers. He would still have the tanks being produced, and then he would have a lot more Marines with stim. And then, well, I think his combat shield's a little late, so I don't know about that. But would have been able to, I think, just kind of combine forces a little bit better rather than very desperately sending forces outward and then and then losing the SCVs, too. I was more worried about the medevac, but I guess that was only a limited number of Stalkers. Only the 4 that go in the Warp Prism. 7 are available, just some of them went back home. Colossus is on the way. Gumiho... he's stopped producing SCVs. He is not going to try and recover from this. Okay, he starts producing them, but that is a big recovery. 16 worker deficits Only a slight army supply lead. Upgrade lead. You know, an SCV pool probably is the best thing he could do. Liberators are on the way too, which kind of just screams a lot of dedication for this particular push. But yeah, there we go. Yeah, we are going to pull the SCVs. I think that is the only choice. War Prism's going to be able to make it home, and that could help ferry around the Immortals and the Colossus from being killed. That's actually really nice that it lives. Liberator plus tank plus this many Marines. That is a nasty combination. Gumiho knows it, playing it very safe. Tank siege hopping here. Hero trying to take an advanced fight just to buy more and more time. Continuing to gather units. He's got more energy for force fields and a Guardian Shield. Gumiho also might have a timing where he's behind or equal in upgrades. Or he might still stay up ahead, 1-1 to 1. Little Marine drop's kind of cute. Catches the weak Colossus, but that is being properly microed. Liberator is now on top of the ramp, is quite dangerous. Tanks as well. Missile turret there to stop again, maybe some War Prism shenanigan micro from helping. Or an Observer just from chilling over the army too. Stalkers on the backside do manage to find a tank. They're going to find the reinforcements as well. Gumiho has actually punched it with the Marines. Tried to go after maybe a Colossus, but he's got to be so careful chasing after that. With the Colossus being microed by the War Prism, there's really no guarantee he can blitz after it. Hero's going to go for it now. He's got a 40 supply lead. A lot of that in probes. Let's see if the army is going to be good enough. Liberator's helping. Tanks shooting, but the Zealot number is quite high and has already diced through this army so damn quickly. That was actually not even difficult. Hero, overwhelming victory here. 3-1, advances to the finals. GG's. Mech needs Goliaths? I'm not sure Goliaths would have... Wait, what? I don't think Goliaths solve the mech problem in StarCraft 2. Warhounds might have. Yeah, Warhounds are pretty overpowered, though. So new best of 5. The other side of the bracket here, as we got bottom left Cure versus top right Classic. I think we'll be seeing a somewhat similar TVP setup. I don't think Cure will go for any type of real one base all-in, which failed completely for Gumiho. I don't think Cure will go for mech, which works for Gumiho, but no one else really practices it. But I do think Cure will do some of the other things, 2-base SCV pool, 2-1-1, or even a surprise 3 racks, attempt surprise 3 racks, or tank push in the early game, you know. Medevac drop Cyclone into the tank push on the third. But Classic, he showed already some mastery over dealing with the aggressive Terrans. He faced Gumiho in their group, and he did very well against him. Nice little block of the attempted gas steal. You just put the SCV on the gas, you click on it, and then the probe can't actually build there. Because that would have been annoying, because almost all of the Terran openers right now are factory-based openers, putting a little bit of doubt into the Protoss's opening macro, because this could be a very leisurely factory expand. It could just be, you know, 2 Reapers and a Hellion, or, you know, 1 Reaper into the Cyclone, or whatever, but it, you know, doesn't really plan on doing a lot of damage. Or it could be a lot of Reaper Hellion. It could be technically a full-on 1-1-1, although again, don't think Cure will do that. So that would actually be very annoying to get that gas steal. I guess that's what Hero maybe tried to do against Gumiho too, and I just didn't watch the micro dynamics, but don't think he got away with it against Gumiho. Factory Expand will be number 1 on Classic's mind, which means he's not really going to have to worry so far. He's got a wall in the main to block out the Reaper. which means he doesn't have the quickest wall in the natural, but he could build one if he was really scared of it. And obviously the probe has had to skedaddle. We see that the SCV's taken off. That confirms the command center's coming down. And this still could be some amount of Reapers. We'll hold off on that. Just one so far, checking around for, it seemed like any proxies. We don't really have a lot of Protoss players going for early game proxies themselves anymore. I think, you know, the way that things have turned out is that there are a lot of factory expands, which naturally deal with early aggression for the Protoss a little bit better. Not totally and completely, but they have the opportunity to deal with Protoss proxies a lot better. So I don't think we see that too much from the Protoss players anymore. So worth checking. Plus a probe sometimes just literally chills there and then tries to come back for a, you know, between unit scouting, between the Reapers and the Marines popping out. And it is Marines, by the way. So factory wasn't producing any Hellions, just right into the Cyclone. And we got ourselves a very normal looking TVP so far. Cure is going to scout the Twilight Council because it was in the natural, so he already did that. And he's going to have free reign in the main too, so this Reaper should survive. Unless it wants to sack itself for a couple of probes. Oh yeah, they went back to back to back on GSL round of 8 and then round of 4 in finals. Really not a lot of time to prepare at all. Reaper did basically sack itself. I mean, it did a little more razzle-dazzle than that, but I think it could have escaped if it really wanted to. Stalker did pop out, and the Reaper might have mistimed that. Sentry is out on the way. This is a 4th unit Sentry, so you don't even necessarily fit it before Warp Gate's done. So this is not necessarily what Protoss do every single time. Sometimes, you know, it is just 3 units, and then Warp Gate finishes. Sometimes, right, they do just get 2 Adepts and a Stalker, 2 Stalkers and an Adept. But the Sentry does come out eventually. Not as quickly as what Hero was doing with it being the 2nd unit. Since it was a very tame factory expand and the expand was confirmed as well, I think that hallucination timing is clearly going to be totally A-okay. It's actually in some ways even better maybe because it kind of guarantees it'll scout the kind of final form of... Oh, it didn't actually. I was going to say the final form of the technology. Sometimes you get such a quick scout, you know, you don't see the Banshee Cloak start or you don't see... the Twilight Council start. You know, the Reaper gets in too quickly and then dies, so it doesn't even see the Twilight Council was put down. But in that case, that was just a good old-fashioned block. Hallucination did not get close enough to see that the Tech Lab was moving, didn't even see that it was a starport. So that could be bad news for Classic. Classic is taking a very cautious approach. Blink into 3 gates. No Warp Prism. The Robo was particularly fast. Let's see if he does grab it. Yeah, maybe I think he's just playing this for defensive purposes. Tracks the Banshee. He was looking for it with his eyes, and he saw something moving that was cloaked. He's tracking it. The Banshee doesn't know the Observer is a little off time. There would have been maybe... Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't got anything as a shield battery there. So, yeah. Two reasons why he wouldn't bother trying. And that is just good defensive play from Classic. We didn't get the confirmation, but figured it was likely. A lot more Terran players doing this type of opener now. And now that Banshee's got to wait for a partner. Just like the rest of us. Okay. Stem combat shields on the way, +1 as well. Classic going into charge at this point. Robotics Bay might come down soon. Cure a little supply blocked? Maybe a little. So far, the most typical TVP we've seen. The actual 1-1-1 into 3 racks 1-1. Gumio didn't do any of that. Gumio like 2 racks or mech or 2-1-1 that is. Oh, it's not Colossus. Oh yeah, that Temple Archive's on the way, ain't it? Ain't it? This does seem to be growing in popularity as well. This is a great tool to have against any SEV pool, which might be why it's come back into the fold. Well, an additional reason why Charge Storm seems really popular lately. I think there are other reasons than that. It does deal well with SEV pools, which are getting more popular. And it does also give you a lot of map control. It kind of twists the narrative to a certain degree. And while the narrative of Protoss defend, Colossus, defend, and then attack with 3 Colossus is a good narrative for them right now. I feel like I see a lot of Protoss do well with that. You know, it is the same tired one that maybe some Terrans could actually take advantage of. And going for Storm Charge instead suddenly puts the Protoss in the driving seat. They're the ones that could get on the map and really mess you up if you're not paying attention. Akira's doing a good old-fashioned 3cc, man. What is this gentlemanly TVP we have going on here? The hell is this? Akira's TVP, historically one of the best in the world, but a lot of Terrans are struggling now. He did in his group, still managed to win the group overall, or get out of it anyway. Doesn't quite know that it's Storm. Yep, hasn't got any scouting recently. A scan ahead is going to reveal the High Templars, though. He's still going to go for it. Still going to go for the pylon. Wants it. He wants it bad. Yeah, maybe a little overeager there from Classic. The Storms are obviously his biggest benefit, and the Charge Lots got a little ahead of themselves. The Storms are definitely coming down now. The Skittle bio. Oranges and reds need some time to get healed up. But good news is they do have a little bit of time. Classic, you know, the Storms very rarely kill the units. Sometimes they kill the Marines. Most of the time they don't kill the Marauder. It's those Charge Lots or the Stalkers getting the last shot that usually do the trick. So you do still need that certain number of plain gateway units. And I think Kira is right to respect this. He does still need more time to heal. His medevac count at 6 and pretty healthy energy too is a good sign. His Marauder count is exceptionally healthy. 17 Marauders. That's a tanky composition right there. Classic's still going to go for the fight. And there's a good spread. Little Sim City. One wouldn't mind to help. High ground taken. He could always try and back away a little bit to the natural, a little bit to the third. That's exactly what he's trying to do. So we have Classic leading with his non-High Templar army, knowing that the split's going to happen. Unfortunately, the Zealots get attracted to that Woodamine and disappear pretty quickly. They're not where they need to be, I think, which is more in the front lines. High Templar is trying to win the game with Storms, but it's not killing enough units. The Concave is so good from Cure that even though Classic has quite a few Storms, it is not killing the army. War Prism goes down with a couple of High Templars in it, and Classic thought he could force the issue. Absolutely not. Cure was well prepared. Ghost Academy is done, by the way, so this was not the fight that he could squeeze out those EMPs, just seconds away from it, in fact. But now he's got it, and now he's got a really direct answer to the Storm-only composition that Classic is working with currently. Colossus is on the way, Extended Thermal Lance as well, but EMP is a strong power spike for Cure, who also just simply won the fight. So he is ahead by 40 army supply. EMP blankets the non-High Templars. That's still a lot of damage. 2 High Templars with Storm. Oh, one is really good. One is a really good Storm. But we got 2 EMPs left over, and how long can Classic really hold on? Colossus #1 is almost out, but the rest of his army just so small. No shield battery at the 4th base either. That seems like a big miss. He's got some time to try and build it, but he's not. Shield battery is still a good thing to have. I don't know, man. I don't know. Good positioning on the pylons over to the left side, knowing that this is a dedicated attack with all of the units combined together on one front, not a multi-pronged attack, so Classic is going to be forced to prepare all of his defense in one place, and that's kind of actually a blessing. Again, static defense could also play a part to this defense, but he's still not grabbing one. He's got the money, and he's got some time to think. Maybe not now. Triple dropped, a little bit of a distraction, ended up being, as Cure realizes, the 4th, is under-defended. Quick response there from Classic, but forced to morph that Archon. No more Storms. One more Storm. It went to the main base. Kira is looking for the game winner here. Still up by almost 40 army supply. EMP is hitting mostly the non-High Templars because there's only one, and it's a little late to the party. Now it comes through here. There's the EMP. Storm, got a medevac at the very least, but that is a lot of bio. 2 Colossus not able to rip through that fast enough. Still no shield battery either. And the bio army is actually getting real low. Real low. They're real low. This is actually starting to turn around maybe a little bit, but the probes had to be pulled for it. Kira is still holding on to the supply lead, but he is going to be forced to pull back. The army just got a little too low. Couldn't go for the actual final push into the Protoss army. Forced to retreat. Classic, not too much better off, to be fair. That was still a good... Well, it wasn't a good trade for Kira, but it was one that still favors him because of the victory from earlier, I suppose you could say. But that was a very important hold from Classic. That is the hold, while his 4th base is still up. That actually can put him back into the lead, as though he did have to sacrifice some probes with 4 times probe production. You pretty quickly get back to saturation. even going for a 5th Nexus because he's comfortable at his 72 probes. That happened very quickly. Good repair on the medevac, definitely necessary. They also need some time to regain juice. 4th CC is on the way for Cure, and that's what's kind of concerning there. It's not like you would really call that an all-in from Cure, you know, but the fact that he did not kill the 4th, and now Classic has the free reign with his army, this is where it gets really concerning for the Terran player. They kind of depend on a really, really good engagement defensively, which gets difficult to do. The Protoss players have done a good job over the last few years learning how to poke and prod, wear down the Terran army, wear down the medevac energy, and then escape if necessary. When the Terran has clearly decided to go for the big swell, you know, the Protoss get the hell out of there. And if you can't take one of these really drastically good fights in the Terran defense, it seems very unlikely you'll get the counterattack, you know, because it's like kind of like it's good enough to push the Protoss army back. Your counterattack's still not that strong. You really have to win the engagement, and then you can counter and maybe kill a couple of bases and catch them without enough reinforcements. I know I'm painting a grim picture for Cure, who still holds a supply lead, but the pacing definitely going back to a more normal pacing. Like, no one's significantly in the lead, I would say. So of course it could go either way. But it's no longer Classic desperately trying to recover from kind of I wouldn't say unnecessary, I don't know quite how to put it. It was a situation that he had to go for. The attacking with the High Templars. It didn't go as well as it should have. He has been recovering from that. And I think he has recovered, although he does lose track of the army. Thinking that Cure would stay at home a little bit longer, probably loses his 5th lickety split. That's a very quick kill without killing the probes. So this could also be quickly replaced, which means it's not really that bad as Classic also nears maxing out. Instead of going for the 5th right near the army, he's going to go for a safer 5th over to the left. The pylons from earlier have been telling him that there's not a lot of action over here, but that will change, I expect, soon enough. Cure's first real wow moment for me was in late game TVP many years ago, back when EMP was the size of the sun. Still, he does have some great control over 2 sets of complicated armies. Ghost, Viking, Bio is complicated to control, and to split them into 2 armies as well is exceptionally complicated, and he was able to do it. So I like that he's actually still going out on the map. I really think Classic is... This is like when the mouse goes over the cat, you know? It attacks the cat, and the cat's like, what the hell is going on here? I think Classic's expecting Cure to be a little more defensive, constantly finding himself out of position, fortunately able to respond before any Nexus go down. Disruptor's trying to get some hits. Some of them do get hits. Oh, that was a good one. Of course, they don't one-shot the Marauders anymore, but a lot of damage was done. Classic coming in with more reinforcements as well. A couple of Storms, too. The EMP's not going after them. Colossus, however, their bodies littering the floor right now, might have gone down too quickly. They're on the wrong side of the fight, not able to pull back safely. More Zealots get warped in as the Vikings land, but the Vikings are actually pretty good in this scenario. Supplies very, very close. Classic barely holding on. This is not a lot of bio left over, a lot of medevacs, a lot of Vikings. Not usually what you want, but it might be good enough. Classic desperately trying to hold on to this 3rd base. Might not be able to. And he's investing a lot of reinforcements into it. Finally seems like enough Zealots to actually swarm this. And Cure will be forced to retreat, losing a medevac full of units on it as well. That is... kind of a bummer. You basically just are really hoping that they continue running 2 little Zealots into your army. And then that's how the snowball starts, right? But unfortunately, Snowball didn't really get to completion, I suppose, there. Cure was forced to disengage. Classic had just enough in the bank, just enough production. Oh, God, 14 gateways, yeah. And he saved his 3rd, still has his 5th, and now is going to a 6th that is completed. A little bit of more scouting, as well as possible run-by opportunities getting set up. Behind that aggression, though, Cure was able to find a 5th. Only just now, but it's still pretty damn good. A lot of their Terran players would have been too hyper-focused, and they would not have a backup plan. But the 5th being almost done as a planter is going to help out because the defense is forced. Classic is returning to favor here, aggressing into the base. SCVs are pulled in for the repair, which is going to be pretty damn hard for Classic to hold on to. Or to take down, I should say. Storms catching Cure by surprise, and I really do want to highlight the continued Storm production. I am glad to see more and more Protoss continuing to do this, but Classic, I think, was one of the first who I remember being like, yeah, this is what everyone should be doing. Planetary is going to fall, unfortunately. The army just got pushed too far back and had to be scared of the disruptors plus the storm. Yes, EMP is available, but the storm was still doing some zoning. Yeah, Classic, he just always has a High Templar, and it is so likely that the Terran will blow all their EMPs in a big fight, not kind of accounting for that. Or they just simply won't have the micro prepared. You know, they don't have full vision of the map, so they don't know High Templars are coming in to reinforce, coming in from the left side, right side, whichever, so the EMPs just don't land. That is pretty likely. So I think that actually has helped Classic a lot in this game, these kind of surprise storms. Base trying to be taken at the half gold, but base also taken in the corner. That's already done, in fact. So Classic could technically give up this base and be okay. Upgrades have been favoring Cure for a while, by the way. 3-3-2 versus just 3-2. Classic, I think, forgetting his +3 armor. A little busy with this game being so damn back and forth. Definitely one of the best TVPs I've seen in recent memory. No one really doing anything incorrectly. Just two players really battling out to the best that they possibly can. Storm on the high ground helping out yet again. You know, we got EMPs. They're just not hitting before the storms do. Nexus has to be given up. However, Classic lost too much room there. But he should be able to hold the high ground. 6 disruptors after all. I'll have a lot of shots. He does have the replacement Nexus, if you will. Even a disruptor that I'm not sure is meant to be there. I don't think you usually leave disruptors like that, but okay. I didn't realize this would happen. So this blocks the blue minerals, funnily enough. Oh, and it kills them too. Right. Okay, yeah, I like it. Good use of the map terrain. Classic just actually avoiding the army, going for the 4th base of Cure. Now, Cure has replaced his 5th, but only kind of. That is his main dropped over there, but so far Classic doesn't know about it, so no harassing units sent over to that side. All eyes on the planetary 4th. Classic deciding this was not going as well as he was hoping for. Cure has actually split his army. That could come in on the backside. That's exactly what's going to happen. Cure actually setting up for quite an engagement. Classic doesn't actually know about it. Yeah, he even scanned, and he's like, wait, this could be really, really good. He could maybe convince Classic. Oh, no, Classic figured it out. Classic's been looking at this army like it's not quite big enough. Maybe even caught a little bit of the tail of an army trying to catch him by surprise. But yeah, Clear's army either was going to go for the surround or was going to go for some other attack. He saw that it wasn't scouted, but Classic kind of figured it out. And Classic still has ultimately control over the engagement. Here we go with the big old concave from Cure. However, Disruptor's trying to get some shots. They're actually just too far away because Classic realizes this is too good of a concave. I am not going to take this. I'm going to get the hell out of here and take a fight when you're a little less well prepared. Still no +3, by the way, instead of opting to go for that shield upgrade. Don't mind it at all, as long as he's upgrading. 2 Nexus being built as Classic continues to expand. Cure finding enough minerals now that he's maxed out to get an extra command center. Definitely a missed opportunity for Classic, who's been so busy with the engagements, to not send any Zealots over to a plain old orbital. No Dark Shrine either. Base on the gold is going to be taken out. Never got a chance to mine. Couple Disruptors misrallied. Classic does not realize that they are there. Too focused once again on trying to find this planetary. This time, Cure is definitely out of position. That planetary is a goner. SCVs don't even try to repair that. Another Nexus will fall. A little less important, though. It has already mined out quite a bit, but these other 2 Nexus, you do want those. Don't lose 3 Nexus to a bit of a small push drop situation. Classic's recall was to his 3rd. So he is very late to the response. Funnily enough, Command Center's heading over there, so do need to kill this as Cure. But that is 3 Nexus with a very small amount of army. Classic with a big, big mistake right there. Didn't have enough vision on the left side. Not a lot of observers in the field. In fact, 0 observers. Cloak could be quite useful. He did grab Cloak. Oh, no, is that for the Banshee earlier? Okay, he hasn't grabbed personal cloaking then. Yeah, no observers. And he's starting to lose out on the building map presence. The pylons are all gone. No units patrolling. Could be a problem. Classic going to try and go for an engagement, but Cure was actually kind of prepared. Really good concave. Disruptors not getting the best shots. All going down, all but 2. That was terrible. Classic, I think, was hoping Cure was not as on point. But Cure had a gigantic army, well concaved, clearly paying attention, and Classic didn't think that was going to happen. Otherwise, I think if you think that they are going to prepare, that they're going to micro, I think you shoot all of your disruptors at once. He kind of did like the two or three or four at once, and that allowed Cure to kill almost all of them before any of the disruptor shots got off. Another Nexus just fell too, by the way, to the bottom right. Classic getting out multitasked in this game. Classic no longer in a good position, honestly. I mean, he's not been in a good position for a while, but the kill on 4 Nexus has confirmed that. This army does get caught a little bit. This is not quite the winning army for Cure, but he's trying to make the most out of it. Plus, while this is buying time, he continues to kill Nexus. Another Nexus goes down. Another Nexus goes down. Cure completely on fire in this macro TVP. I think it's kind of gobsmacked Classic here. At no point was Classic really in that comfortable position of the Terran just defend, defend, defend. Cure kept bringing the heat. Now we got another engagement. This could be the final engagement. Classic is lower in supply. The Zealots are almost all gone. The Stalkers will melt to the 3-3 bio. The probes pull desperately, but Cure has the money to repair. I would expect. I don't know. Actually, hold on here. More Zealots coming in. Medevac's starting to go down. Forced to retreat. Boost out of there, but Blink is going to be prepared. Yeah, let's go. 2 Medevac's going to go down. Only 1 survives. Cure did not grab that base at the top left. Something went over there and killed it, I suppose. 2 planetaries killed 1 base at command center. Something did kill that. And so we are down to the natural. Well, the natural was this base. Or the main base was this base. Something was this base. We got 2 orbitals, a base being built. It is finished, turning into another orbital, but Cure does not have a lot of mining going on. Cure, also in a bit of a tricky position, does catch the disruptors, however, and Pure Stalker is not going to do the trick. Cure still had a good amount of reinforcements, better than what Classic was able to muster. And without Classic having another actually mining base, I think this is still going to be Cure's victory. If Classic had kept any one of these bases alive, this could have been, I'm not going to say a bit of a throw, but this could have been a very, very even game. But Classic realizes he's not going to recover from this. And that is Cure with the Game 1 victory after 24 minutes. Damn, that was good play from Cure. Hot damn. Zargio, thank you for the 13 months. Hello. I'm actually gonna BRB, guys. That was a long game. Time to stand for health reasons. Oof. So game 1 goes to Cure. We now spawn on Maganatha. Bottom right Cure, top left Classic. What a game. What a game. That was just a fun TVP. But I am amazed by Cure. That is the Cure that first impressed me 10 years ago, or something like that. The multitasking, the consistent aggression, the confidence. I think Classic is probably a little surprised by it. The conditioning up until this point in GSL, and probably a lot of ladder, has been, you know, the Terran's going to try and all-in me. The Terran's going to try and attack me. And then once I get to 4 bases, you know, that 3rd to 4th kind of area, and then the push comes to the Colossus. Once that happens, I'm in control. I'm the one that has a field day, trying to push into them and run by with Zealots and tear down their health so eventually I can just push in. And Kira just made sure that never actually happened. Kira was constantly on the map, constantly taking engagements and sharking around for him. He never made that transition over into Liberators, which just naturally slow you down, even if you are trying to be aggressive with them. They're siege units, so you just have to wait for them to siege. And it definitely felt like at times Classic just did not anticipate more and more aggression. You know, having very little scouting to none on the left side of the field while kind of almost blindly attacking to the right. I don't think he does that if we were in a different meta. Because I know Classic can have a really amazing late game TDP as well. And if all of his games leading to this point in GSL thus far have been games that, you know, at least attempted something like that, like these big epic macro games, I think he would have been a little more mindful. But he took really bad engagements too. I mean, from the get-go, the first thing that put Classic in a difficult position was the bad engagement with the High Templars, which, again, he was kind of forced to do. You can't not take the engagement, because then you open yourselves up to Cure having all of his army healthy with those EMPs that were seconds too late for the engagement coming at your door before Colossus are out. So it's not like you can't do it. So it was really a hard place for Classic to be. But Classic recovered. Classic absolutely recovered, held on the 4th, got the 5th and 6th. I would say generally that put him in a better position, but Cure, even though his 4th base wasn't comfortable, it was good enough. And then his 5th was gotten with all this attacking that was going on. It was just amazing multitasking. And Classic, I think, has to, you know, remember what that is like. Classic actually going for a little bit of his early aggression, you know, figuring that Cure is not going to be the one to try and catch him off guard, which would usually require a little more defense than offense then, right? Is actually going back to not exactly an old build, but something he hadn't seen in GSL. So that Zealot pops out first, runs across the map, does still get bopped. That ultimately wasn't worth it, as Cure still did go for Factory Expand and a couple of early game units. So looks like Classic was hoping that Cure was going to go for another very non-aggressive Factory Expand, the one that only gets 1 Reaper and then goes into the Marines and into the Cyclone. And instead he finds too many early game units. This was a big loss for Classic, complete failure on the opener. Loses 2 Adepts and a Zealot just for 1 Reaper. No delay on the command center or anything like that too. This was not good. Classic forced to build up a wall, because he doesn't want those Hellions slipping by and then going right for the probes. Or, you know, he doesn't want to be locked into his own base. And I'm not sure he really wants to go for 4-gate either, which is currently what's happening with this gateway on the way. Hallucination is going to descend across the map, kind of scared of what this could mean behind the Reaper Hellion. He is going to be late to scouting the medevac, however, the Hellions do get in. And the Hellions, they're not looking for massive amount of damage, but even just these little bits. Oh, the Sentry! Oh, the Sentry's going to go down as well. Even these little bits is really good. Classic having a tough time here. Lose maybe 1 more probe and that's it. So again, not terrible defense, but it's adding. Everything is adding up. Also a scout from Cure, by the way, so of course this was canceled. It is going to be just 3 gateways. Didn't see a War Prism doesn't mean there won't be one on the way. Classic has not been super into getting the War Prism though, not like a hero, or of course Max Pax always gets it. But he will probably still play defensive as he waits for upgrades I actually take that back. I don't think he is. I think he's going to go for it. I don't know. The second medevac being built, not going for the reactor instantly. I think he actually might push with this. Which could be dangerous if your opponent was prepping 6, then 9, then 12 stalkers right here, and you run into it. But Classic has been definitely forced on the back foot. He is playing 2 base, however, so that kind of... You know, do you really want a 2 base push into someone who's also 2 basing? Maybe. It's not as much of a freebie, or it doesn't look as much of a freebie if they actually have a third, but that is exactly what Kira is doing, pulling the SCVs. He is going to go for it. He's going to catch Classic long before Storm is done, too. Storm is not even started. At best, he'll be able to add in a couple of Archons, and that is the best that Classic can actually do. I actually think he needs to do that right now. No shield batters at the natural either. This is completely unknown. Classic is in so much trouble. Cure might have struggled in TVP in his group, but he is performing some mastery here in the round of 4, upsetting my PvP prediction. The Stalkers trying to hold on, trying to buy that time, but there is so little for Classic right now. Charge isn't done, Storm isn't done, Archons aren't completed. No shield batteries again. Still not placing any of them down. He's about to lose his production. He's about to lose his tech and his production. That pylon is such a problem. I don't think Cure realizes it, though. Getting a little distracted by the reinforcements being taken out, of course, but this still means the gateways are actually just going to fall, frankly. Still needs those. This Immortal might not pop out. Charge will finish. That is the only thing Classic is going to get. That's still so many Marines with Stim and about to have combat shields. Bunker also completed. I don't think Classic can break out of this. Gonna try and come in from 2 different directions. Stalkers on the backside, Zealots on the front. Immortal tries to go for the tank, meaning the Bunker is gonna stay up pretty damn strong. Marines not being touched. Archon so awkwardly caught by the SCVs. It looks like he had clicked on the heart of the Marines and it just got caught by the SCVs. Oh no. And that was not a hold. Cure. What a god, man. Dude, he is outperforming most other Terran players right now. GG's. Damn. And now Kira is up 2-0 in this best of 5. Bottom left Kira, top right Classic on Ultra Love. Man, that is such a drastic difference from our last EVP. First of all, I do think Kira is better at TVP than Gumiho. And I also think that Hero is better at PvT than Classic. Not by a lot, but I'd say that Hero is the better Protoss, generally. I'm also biased, but yeah. So, you know, we do have that dynamic going. I still would not have predicted Kira to just win this insane, tense, super long macro game in the first game into, you know, perfectly planned and executed second game SCV pool. Because what you've done now, like, I think what you've done after the first game is you've just messed up the entire anticipation of the Protoss. Where again, the Protoss might be coming into all these PVTs thinking, okay, this guy's going to try and cheese me in the early game, or he's going to try and do a lot of damage in the early game, and I can prepare for that. Then you get a game 1 where you were very aware of that and maybe tailored your build a bit to it, and the guy ends up deflecting your attack that you end up having to do kind of because you put yourself in that position of Storm Charge. Ends up deflecting that very well, and then ends up beating you even after you got back into a kind of comfortable Protoss position, all those bases taken, some of the map control, and the guy just still keeps pummeling you. So now as the Protoss player, you're no longer just like, oh, I'll just play really safe, and then I'll deflect any type of stupid thing he's planned for me. Well, now you gotta worry about a legitimate macro game. So now all those things I was mentioning in the last series, the cautionary shield batteries, the fast sentry, the 2-base play as opposed to, you know, very tight 2 or 3 gate blink into third nexus. Now those things are actually concerns, because if you do start to over defend against an imaginary threat, then you might lose out the more the game goes on. Of course, the last game was just disaster after disaster, actually. You know, it seemed like Classic was like, okay, this guy's not going to, you know, go for a lot in the early game, so I'm going to try my own thing. Oh shit, he still went for enough in the early game, so my own thing failed, losing 3 units right off the bat. Absolutely contributed to him having a bit more struggle in the medevac defense, and then also messed up his build, probably. And then, because he was already thrown off so much and forced to react so much and forced to just stay in his own base so much, Kira gets an almost unscouted, I don't think it was actually unscouted, but an almost unscouted 2-base SEV pool, and gets in a position. And the reason I say I don't know if it was unscouted is because that Phoenix hallucination did get across the map. It did get into Kira's base. I saw it on the minimap. And if it had seen the lack of reactor on the starport, that is a hint. That's why I first called the SEV pool. So maybe Classic didn't have time to kind of digest that information. Or maybe he didn't get far enough back to see that starport. Maybe he just saw the starport and said, oh, it's starport, whatever. And didn't see the lack of reactor. Certainly, by the way he responded, I would say it is unscouted. You know, at least mentally, if you will, unscouted. Like, he did not have shield batteries. He did not preempt the engagement, try and take it a little bit ahead of the siege up, you know. That's definitely stuff you got to do. So maybe technically it was scouted, like very technically, very, very fine print. And then Classic didn't pick up on it. And now Classic is going to have to deal with a bit of a reactor factory opener, so that's going to be a bit of pressure. Not super early on, but we are eventually going to get the medevac out with 4 Widow Mines. The 2 Hellions had been seen. They killed an Adept. They killed an SEV by the looks of things. They're going to check for the 3rd Nexus. They're not going to see it. It's going to be a 3 gates, expands. Classic, though, it's not about the units that he has. It's about the positioning of those units. And the medevac is heading towards the main. Stalkers seem to be in position. 6 Stalkers at that. Blink, of course, not done. So that's the good news for the Widow Mine drop. But it doesn't really... Yeah, the boost is so awkwardly timed. He doesn't manage to find that corner like it wanted to. But a lot of Widow Mines drop down. Going to be a lot of time, at least, where the minerals will not be mines. That's 1 more Widow Mine still in play. Hellions deflected from the front. Classic overall does handle this. However, the biggest problem right now is they did not grab a 3rd Nexus very quick. You know, he invested into those additional 3 Stalkers, which you could decide not to, and you could have gotten the faster 3rd Nexus, which is building during all of this micro that you're doing. And I think, like, just literally, yeah, he's literally not getting a probe over there because of the harassment. So his Nexus has been, at this point, I think, significantly delayed. With no other option here, it's not like he did get that Warp Prism and now kind of twist it and say, okay, I'm going to get my 3rd, but I'm also going to try and attack you because F you for doing this. Can't even do that. Just kind of has to take his licks. 2 bunkers are built in case the counterattack did happen. Kira's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. But it is pretty unnecessary. He's not going to get countered at all. But he did not have a lot of units after that opener. His 2nd tank wouldn't have been out, and so fear is warranted. And now he realizes, yeah, it's not happening. No problem. Top player stayed into all buildings were destroyed in a tournament. Would that be a problem issue? It's not exactly bad-mannered, but it'd be in poor taste. Like if they're not microing at the very least, and they're just literally waiting for you to kill their last building, then that's pretty BM. Auto turret managed to catch a Stalker, by the way. Stalker and a half, kind of, where the Raven barely survives. Charge is on the way with +1 for the Protoss. We got Kira building up his 3rd CC, so he is still confident in his ability to macro. Classic, not going to have... I think it's awkward of a start to this macro game, though. As much as the Widow Mine drop did trip him up, and the 3rd Nexus was delayed. There is no forced engagement with High Templar charge. You really do have to try at the very least before trying to macro out of it. In this case, he's going to get to kind of a more dependable setup. 3 base Colossus, then 4th base, obviously, and then a little bit of that pressure on Cure's 3rd. So this is now the most typical TVP, where that first game at least had the little bit of extra flavor that was the High Templars. Stalkers, in a good number at this point, are a little scary to push out against, but Cure is even trying to bait by the looks of things a little bit. As his double drop off to the side. I don't know if Classic actually saw it. It might go for the drop. It might stay together. Looks like it's going to stay together. Tank is vulnerable. Tank is vulnerable. And that's what Classic goes for. A nice pick off right there. I think the force fields are supposed to also be available. And they still are, actually. You can still force field this. Yep. So a little more time bot for our Protoss player. Their Stalker did go down, but we even have the... Oh, no, the Sentry. Oh, save the Sentry. That was a Sentry, by the way, that died. So only one more Sentry left over. 4th base wasn't started. Definitely the plan. Not going to happen. Classic just holds on to the minerals for now. Really wants to wait for the Colossus to help out, and that is about to pop. And with the Colossus, it's still a bit tricky to handle this, actually. He's going to have to give up the Gateway and the Cybernetics Core. Definitely remember to rebuild that. Yeah. Zealots apparently going for a run by, now just on hold position. Haven't done a lot of damage yet, but they might. Cure only now responding to this, kind of, with his army, but not his SCV pool. Letting the SCVs die here. 8 SCVs go down when it could have been 2. 10 SCVs, 11 SCVs, 12 SCVs! Okay, the Zealots stop paying attention. Raven's still in play, so it's keeping 2 Stalkers distracted. Classic can finally get his 4th base, and that almost looked like a Nexus in the main, honestly. SimCity tripped me up. Auto turrets come down. The Raven's last hurrah kills the Stalker and a handful of probes. I mean, the Raven can be useful. Anti-air missile is always useful, but it was stuck. It was not going to get out. Zealots on the run-by attempt are thwarted. These Zealots, though, find at least 1 SCV. Classic not eager to go across the map. I mean, he was punished. Oh, that scan missed the observer. He was punished for trying to move out in game number 1. It was a different composition. The pacing was different thanks to the opening composition. I mean, this would be very typical for the Protoss to push out at some point, but I think right now, so waiting for that 3rd Colossus, or actually Disruptors. Not going to go for the 3rd Colossus. And waiting for Cure to make maybe the more egregious attack into him than trying to find that map control. A little awkward on the Stalker blink, but they are able to retreat. Force fields by a little more time. Still no shield battery on the 4th. Classic and shield batteries. Hates them. In that first game, I felt like I was calling for it for a full 60 seconds. 3 medevacs go into the main base. That is problems. Classic not quite prepared for it. Of course, Colossus can cliff walk, but down goes the robotics bay. No more splash units coming out. That's a pretty good pick already. Some probes going to be torn apart. Gas, similar taken down too. Going to attack on the 4th base as Classic's army, I think, just got probably clicked on the mini-map. He knew the 4th base was going to be under fire. He probably clicked on the mini-map and then clicked too far behind the rocks. That was, frankly, awkward looking. Cure finding a lot of damage there. And 3 medevacs still alive in the back corner. 2 of them got some units there, so that could be a threat in the future. Classic down. 10 army supply, 14 probes, no base. That is the how far ahead am I scan, and the answer is a pretty damn good place for Cure. Missile turrets coming up to defend against, I guess, DTs as well as... Yeah, DTs, I guess. Observer is just chilling there, but the Observer is just chilling there, so... Oh, so close. Oh my god. Ah. He doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. Sensor Tower, obviously, is always useful, but we don't have Dark Shrine. And we didn't in the first game either, despite going for almost 25 minutes. Robotics Bay had to be rebuilt alongside the 2nd Robo, though, so kind of, in a way, making up for some lost time. Upgrades are going to be favorable for Cure in a hot second. It's going to be 2 1 versus 2, and then 2-2 versus 2-1. Cure almost maxed out. Classic pretty close behind him. Didn't actually replace too many probes because he doesn't have a lot of minerals to mine from. Not until that 4th Nexus is actually done. And then he can transfer his oversaturation probes in the main and natural. Warp Prism headed towards the natural. There are no missile turrets there. Kira has not invested into anti-Warp Prism yet. Just 1 missile turret in the main. So that was a good read from Classic, and figuring that would be open, and it was. Warp Prism going to head into the main after that. It caused a lot of problems. Cure, now the one being a bit distracted, did leave some army on that 3rd base, though. So really, really nice preparation for an event like this. Classic did not have his main army push as well, which would have really complicated matters. So that was actually well handled by Cure. Classic still got 11 SCVs and saved some of his zealots. I don't know if that was a recall. Warp Prism did die. Okay. So no longer have to wait with the Warp Prism. Cure scans ahead, sees an army that doesn't really want to combat, now with all the rest of his army every which way. Some's the main, some's the 3rd, some's going for harassment. Not going to take on the fight while that is happening. Waiting for a higher Viking count, probably 2, although with only 2 Colossus, you need pretty much 8 Vikings would do the trick. Got 5 Ghosts in his arsenal. It's a good Terran army that is now going to try and take this 4th, get it up as a planetary, and then maybe more so focus on the engagement. Kira has lost track of the army to a certain degree, though. Sense Tower is the first one that alerts him to it, but that Protoss army already getting up nice and close and comfy on that 3rd. A little less than ideal. Kira's drop seems to be F2'd. I don't think that was on purpose, as he struggles to get his army back into position. 15 SCVs do go down. All the stack defense he had there also does go down. Kira is reset back to 3 bases, at least temporarily, as the drop seems like it was unloaded, but to no avail. 3rd CC now in trouble. Doesn't want to push up the ramp into the Colossus and Disruptors. 3rd CC is going to go down. Unfortunately, Cure just caught out of position too damn much. He probably could get back to a 4-base setup. Either he lifts his main, of course, but he's almost maxed out. He might find the money to afford another base, but that is just a very easy win for Classic. Classic's 5th base only just now finishing, so it's not the end of the world for Cure as of yet. His army is still pretty damn good, and he still has that upgrade lead, 2-1 versus 2-1. Disruptor is doing a great time buying, and the split of the army here for Classic is, I think, okay. The Disruptor count, I don't know if it's going to hold that position forever, and now Classic's half of his army is out of position, so this has turned a little awkward. Classic going to lose his 4th, lose access to his 5th, and is going to try and go for a little bit of a base trade. 5th base doesn't go down. How common is that, man? Okay, Fury's going to take out the 5th base. That is a large chunk of army to leave back there, though, honestly. Maybe a little bit too large, as the army is not together here. Medivacs fly over the reinforcing Stalkers. Cure just losing army as he's too chaotic. You know, he's not the one that was in control of the situation. Classic making the decision ends up being the right decision, and Cure is the one that's trying to react quickly, but not quickly enough. Command Center looks like it's going to burn. Army on the high ground was hoping maybe Classic would continue to be overly aggressive, but it goes after the 4th base, which was not a planetary. He turned it into an orbital. Either way, it was dead, of course, so I guess it doesn't matter much. But didn't lift it preemptively, would not be able to save that. Only 1 Command Center left for our Terran player. A bunch of armies all over the place. Cure with half of it to the top left, half it to the bottom right. Actually, some of it's still in the main as well. Both of them supply blocked. Everyone's taking a beating here. Classic is the one ahead drastically on the worker counts. Time is on his side. 3-3 is done for the Terran. However, it is only half the Terran army. Classic tries to take advantage. The Stalkers do blink forward and do get ripped. Disruptor's getting focus fired as well. Cure, oh my god, so much blood. Oh no. Did not kill all the Disruptors. I think that was his goal. He was like, oh, I know this army's not going to be able to escape. You know, it might buy some time, but eventually he's going to get trapped. Let's go after the Disruptors. Maybe I'll kill every single one. He did not. Not before the Disruptors killed him. And I don't know if Cure's army is good enough. 20 supply down. It actually could be. I think technically, Cure's army could win with the upgrade advantage that he has and a really good concave. Really good concave. Disruptors miss or are focus fired. There's a possibility. It's a very, very low possibility. Again, Classic time is on his side. He's double expanding at this point. continuing to build into more dependable units like Colossus. And Cure did lose the ability to make enough Vikings, just doesn't have the resources to do so. So 5 Vikings, 1 medevac. Ooh. Actually, even though his upgrades are damn good, 3-3 versus 2-1, I think the lack of healing, even before Classic added on a bunch of units, I think would have killed him, yeah. So never mind. I was like, his chances maybe like 5-10%. Take the best engagement possible. I take it back. I think it's 0%. And here comes the death push. Classic. Should read pretty soon that he really does have an almost A-move type army situation. He's gonna bypass the army? I think either option works. The army is gigantic. 40 army supply difference. Cure barely eking out a couple of extra units. Classic's a little hesitant. It is his last life, and he doesn't want to throw this away. No observer, so he, again, can't quite tell the full extent of that army. Kira's gonna try and go for a bit of a surround. It's a good idea. That is a lot of Protoss. So much Protoss. Disruptors being sent out. Do get a couple of connections for Colossus, which is beaming down. And there is no healing. Totally one-sided. No chance. Classic is not going to go down 0-3. And we are going to go to a game 4. GG's. In the top left of Pylon, it is Cure, who still holds the lead. And on the bottom right, it is Classic. Classic really only barely hung on, too. I think right before the base trade, I think I would have given Cure the game. Cure's 3-3 upgrades were huge if there was ever a battle that was more even. But Classic, with the base trade decision, forced the opportunity to catch 50% of the Terran army with 100% of his army. And that made the upgrades pretty worthless. If it had gone along more the lines of the first game of the day, where Classic's push into Cure was never fulfilled. He always got caught off guard, had to retreat, had to recall, lost way too much on his own, then those upgrades would have just decimated Classic's army in a direct fight. But that's why positioning is so important. Kira thought he got a big victory by catching Classic's army divided like that, killing the 4th base, getting the opportunity to kill the 5th, but then Cure, honestly, maybe still, even at that point, having to lose his natural, his 3rd, and his 4th? Okay, well. I guess, I was thinking that if Cure hadn't segmented his army, he left so much behind to kill the 5th, which he didn't have to, 5 units would have done the trick. And then he had an army off to the left, and then, of course, he had his reinforcements. If he was actually able to combine that, even after losing all 3 bases, I still think he would have had a chance. But, moving on. Moving on, Cure still has the better chance to win this series, up 2-1. Classic has struggled certainly more against Cure than he did versus Gumiho. Marauder slow opener. How about that? In my head, he's still lower tier Korean. I would never call Cure a lower tier Korean. Cure's always been the 2nd best Terran in Korea. even if he doesn't get to the finals like Gumiho did that one season. I think he's more dependable than Byeon is, and he beats Byeon straight up in a TVT. His TVP has been the best occasionally, just a struggle in this meta, but he's once again looking like one of the best TVPers. And then I guess his TVZ has always been his least impressive one. But there's not that many Zergs anyway, am I right? Yeah. 20 counts is on the way as we have a second barracks being produced for Cure. So he's going to bring out, okay, first of all, Marauder slow build, right? Marauders are being sent out. But he's going to go into a 2-1-1. The hallucination from Classic does come out this game. Oh, he's going to go in a 3-1. So this is what I kept calling for Gumiho. And then Gumiho never did it. Made me look bad. But a 3-1 go to an SCP pool. The hallucination sees this, however. I wonder if that'll change Cure's mind and whatever he was originally planning on doing. Classic didn't always go for a sentry. Again, this series has not worked out as perfectly in the Protoss's head as perhaps he envisioned when he started the series. So the kind of, okay, I'll just make sure I don't die to anything stupid in the early game. I'll be even a little overly protective, and that's going to lead me to success. That was thrown out the window, I think, in the first game. So the sentry coming out wasn't a guarantee in these games. The last two, right, weren't gotten at all or particularly quickly. This time it was. A little bit of a bummer for Cure, perhaps, who wanted to get a little more of a surprise. Maybe a 3-1 SEV pull could still work, though. We all know that execution is still most important, and we could have poor execution on the side of Classic. Classic's going for what's something that Hero did, too. By the way, he went Roboless. Since he sees no starport, there's really no need for an observer particularly quickly. No Banshees. Hallucination will be the scout that he can depend on to see an incoming attack at the very least. Maybe it's denied from seeing any further information in the base, but it'll at least see an attack. And he is going to be able to get a lot of gateways, a lot of units warped in, and then obviously charge eventually. And that might be a bit better than having a Robo for an Observer and then maybe even an Immortal. Having X amount extra Zealots might be better than that. Stalkers are also on the front line to scout any move out too. So there's that. Missile turret's coming down, wants to stop any Observer, but yeah, we know there aren't. And Kira has 0 information. Doesn't care though, does he?
Hostile forces detected. Arming raid defenses.
Thank you, Wardy, for the raid. I know you guys are going to be watching a repeat, though. No spoilers in chat, please. Tanks forced to siege up preemptively as the Stalkers are on its butts. We got the SCV's not pulled yet, but with 3 more barracks coming down and no starport, I mean, it's common. And an SCV pull is still going to be effective to a certain degree against someone who doesn't have splash. It's always scary in that situation. Hallucination keeping tabs on the army. And this will be the push with the SCVs pulled. There it is. There it is. This is what we were waiting for. Stalker is going to try and once again force the siege up to buy a little more time. Classic needs as many Zealots as he can get. Absolutely 0 AoE here. Where are the shield batteries, by the way? Why does Classic not like shield batteries? What does he have against them? I know they're not as good as they used to be, but still. Stalker's going to try and catch the reinforcements. Do find a tank. That is actually a really nice catch. And the bio has now been pulled back to the back, so the Zealot jump on top of the tanks on the front. Actually pretty nice positioning as far as things go, but Kira just has so many units. Bunkers not going to be finished. Also a good catch there. But Kira still has a lot of bio. It is injured. Not going to be able to heal. +1 bio, though, against nothing but Zealots being warped in. Guardian Shield is available for Classic. This is do or die situation for a Protoss player. Kira willing to put his money here with a quote-unquote game to give away on an SCV pool. That still could work There you go. Zealot's going to try and go for the attack, try and win the game. They're getting absolutely slaughtered, though. Good lord, the Zealots did not stand up to the +1 Marines, even with the Guardian Shield. Classic suddenly without an army. Maybe he needed to push and pull more with the stims, you know? Threaten the attack, but then pull back at the last second so the stim further damage the army, as we can see there. Lots of very injured Marines forced to set us up for their life. As the probes are pulled, the Stalkers desperately try to blink back. The Marines are after them. The 17 probes already killed is a lot of damage, but 3 Nexus secures 2 bases. Would still give Classic the game if this all-in does not work. Tank sieges up, catches the Stalkers a little bit off guard. Classic really struggling to get the amount of units that he needs to defend against this because of having to send those probes into the battle. Stalkers will have trouble against the tank that does properly siege up. More Stalkers on the backside getting taken down. Every unit counts. And Immortal is trying to pop out from this very, very late robo, but better late than never to try and take out that tank. This is damn close. Finally a shield battery, by the way. Not that it's going to affect this fight. That is a tank gone. Marines are injured. Now being almost actually being one-shot by these Stalkers, guy. The Immortal even one-shotting some of these Marines, but the DPS output from the Marines, hot diggity damn. That +1 working wonders. The shield battery is not going to get a say in this fight, is it? Ay, ay, ay. SCV's been pulled again, because why not? Needs everything he can to win right here, right now. He's got that second game in his pocket should he need it, the game number 5, but if you don't need it, and I don't think he will, Stalkers getting massacred, Zealots spending time chopping up the SCVs, don't get on top of the Marines. Classic shield battery still not actually helping in this fight. And now all of the gateways have been depowered, well, actually the main still has quite a few, but now we have a problem of the minerals. Classic's gonna lose even more probes. Bunker's actually finishing as well. Classic's so damn close to holding this. It actually looked like he was building to a good enough army. The lack of AoE is always so punishing against an SCV all-in. That was always gonna be the tough part about this. But it still seemed like he had so much, but +1 attack Marines. My god. Marines, good unit. And that's it. Classic is a GG. Cure, 3 1s, moves on to the finals, and will face Hero in a best of 7. Hopes for a PvP finals looking grim. Hero was way better than anticipated. Oh, the cat left. Little ad break. Some good TVPs finally, man. Maybe we'll get more water as well. BRB. All right. Finals incoming. Whew. His stream snipe you? Meow. Meow. What do you want? Dimitri wants water. Stop. And it is the finals of the GSL. This GSL was only around 12, but still very important finals because the winner will get a slot to EWC, which has really been the goal this entire time. In the bottom left, we do have Cure. In the top left, it is Hero. I was anticipating the PvP finals and did not get it because Cure is on an absolute tear in this matchup. I mean, he looks really, really good. I think Hero is better at this matchup than Classic, like I said previously. But, I don't know, man. Cure's bringing out more than I expected for TTP. The dynamic threat, that is both being able to win a macro game versus Protoss, as well as be able to do the SCV pulls, or even some proxies, maybe in an entire best of 7, right? Really should throw Hero's perfected PvT more into question. Still favorite Hero, though. Yeah, still favor him. Can you zoom in the camera on some random Korean fangirls? That hasn't been a thing since 2012. So I don't know about that one. I don't know. The farthest placing Zerg, I think, was Raynor, right? Well, no, Raynor and Rogue both got to the round of 8. So both of those guys were the best Zergs. And otherwise, Terran Protoss, baby. Little factory expand coming out from Kira to start things off. This Hero goes for, of course, the early scout. I'm not exactly sure what Hero will do differently. I think it is just a matter of doing things a little bit better. He also got the opportunity to see Kier versus Classic, so he has an idea of what can happen as far as the early game aggression as well as the macro game. I also think that there will be times where Kier has to deal with more aggression from Hero. Hero does tend to blink forward without necessarily knowing what's behind it. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, but it is different than Classic, who is more on the side of defense. Probe goes down. Places down the pylon. I mean, it got the information that it really needed. It's not going to be able to see if the next 2 units are Reapers after all. So, yeah. Would have been nice if it did, because this is actually going to be a lot of early game pressure. Something that Kira did not bring out in his series versus Classic, but Hero needs to be wary of after seeing that opener. And because he did go for a sentry second, his actual unit's presence against this is not particularly high. The sentry is a little bit of a tickler. Not so much a direct helper, but a force field on the ramp could save a lot of things. Hallucination sees the next 2 Reapers plus the next alien. Get a real good idea as to what it is now. Still, 4 Reapers could do a lot of damage. Shield battery was put in the main, however. No shield battery in the main. I think those Reapers absolutely go for the probes. And the Hellions and the Natural, again, kind of ditto. The shield battery means that they're not going to get freebies. They're not going to get the Sentry. They're not going to get the probes. So in this case, having the 2 cautious shield batteries after the initial scout, very much on point. No force field, which I guess you needed 2 anyway. Oh, now he gets it. Just that tiny little gap. Still grabs a Hellion, however. Really good defense in the early game. Hero is still forced to respond to this. Obviously, this is taking up a lot of, I guess, mental taxation and maybe forcing him to change up his build a little bit, but he is going to go for charge. He is grabbing his Robo now and 2 gases, so we're definitely going to have charge Storm. Was this his original plan? I'm not sure, but I think it could have been. He has been doing this a lot, but certainly being kind of more contained in and having to make sure you don't take any damage from this was the priority. And then moving on to his mid-game now. There are Banshees on the way. Did the Hallucination see that? It's all a starport. It's all an open tech lab. It could put 2 and 2 together. And this is so common nowadays. He won't have Blink Stalkers to actually tear down the Banshees, to chase after them. He still could get an appropriate number of Stalkers, so let's just say 4. And that'd probably be good enough, but won't be able to chase after him. Hellion wants to get a scout in the 3rd. I believe that is actually a 3rd. But he didn't get a scout on the gases or the Templar archives, which didn't go down, actually. My bad. He's going to go into Colossus. He got a Robo. Decided to add on Robotics Bay. It's interesting. I wonder if this is, again, his original plan. I want to say no. But I don't know. I mean, if Kira did, you know, all in on 2 base versus Classic before Classic's Templars were ready. And I don't know if this is something along those lines where it's like, well, I'll surprise him by not going for Storms. But, you know, whether it's Storm or Colossus, they both have to wait for that building. And they both have to actually wait to, you know, pop out, or in the case of the High Templars, have the energy for Storm. Or have the upgrade for Storm at the very least. But I don't know if Kira's going to predict this or not. Saw the Robo, but really nothing else. Their Nexus technically wasn't even scouted, just predicted. Zealot's making an appearance almost... Okay, well, they do grab a tank, so that is actually pretty good. But it's almost like he wants this to indicate something different. Like, that is such a random Zealot attack, right? Who does that? Hero does, apparently. Banshees actually do surprise Hero, though, so this is unfortunate for him. Observers here. They won't find too much more damage. 5 probes go down. That's not too bad. The scout happened, however, and that's pretty important. I don't know exactly what Kira was thinking, but now he knows for sure as to what it is. Their TC is on the way. Kira's not going to 2-base all in. The 7 probes go down to the 2 Banshees that end up living. So I'd say this is actually a pretty good Banshee opener. And we're just going to wait for some of these upgrades to finish up as well. Real tit for tat on the game so far. Oh, which I forgot to get rid of the cat cam. Dimitri has abandoned me. Double medevac drop. Heading across the field. Didn't check for the observer, though. He might have been far enough away. Looks like he was far enough away. Stalkers are not making a move towards the main. Observer is making a move towards the medevacs, but that is also just a little bit off. And the medevac's going to scan, actually, to prepare the attack, basically. See absolutely nothing. Definitely going to go for it. The army's not too far away. Recall is still going to be used just to ensure that not that many probes go down, not that much lost mining time. Reapers lead the charge on the secondary attack. They do get sliced up, but now Kira can take out a good number of Zealots. It's not too bad for him, honestly. Yeah, his attack was found out, but it doesn't take a genius to realize that the Terran might do a multi-pronged attack. Just maybe. Like, maybe that's a thing for them. So I'd actually say it's a bit more of a loss on the Zealots. Hero's 4th base coming down is a little vulnerable, but I don't think Kira's headed that direction. He's headed towards what could have been the triangle 3rd or 4th. Double forge coming in for Hero, by the way. Little greedy. Little greedy. And he's not played an absolutely perfect game. These Banshees finding a little bit more damage. We're finally being taken down, but that just confirms the Stalkers are not in position. Colossus now a little alone. Jump on top of it. Will be able to grab it. Yes! Shield Battery could not save the day. Now the Sentries could also be goners. The Woodamine going to help take that out. Tanks blink forward, or Stalkers blink forward, but the tank is just shelling away at this point. That was not the defense that Hero was looking for. A couple of Zealots get warped in. This is such a small attack. It might just do the trick with the second Colossus about to arrive too. That will make the hold, but the drop in the main comes back, realizing the opportunity is there. Doesn't fully unload though. Cure with little missed micro went back to focusing on the frontal attack. Hello, there it is. Full unload is much, much better. But the Colossus had some time to go respond. The army took too much damage, and that will be forced to flee. Third CC now down, saturated. Upgrades finally finishing for Hero. But his fourth base actually being gotten away with is a really good thing here. He took quite a beating to his actual army count. If he had also had his fourth base canceled, I think this would be pretty simply game over. But even though he lost out in a lot of army, his fourth base is up. His economy is good, not fantastic. And he does have two, going on to 3 Colossus once again. I think he up a tree for that raid. 4 medevacs headed towards the main base. Stalkers are kind of in position. Target fire of the week is first. Nicely done. Still 3 medevacs worth of units unloading there. Colossus is responding. This will be very temporary. This will be taken care of. How many units will Cure get, though? Gonna go after some Stalkers, maybe? Nah. Yeah, Jesus. Double. I don't know about that drop, but the drop in the natural also coming in, finding at least some probes, getting away before the army responds for further harassments. All of this, though, is, I don't think, really adding up for Cure. He has lost so much trying to find more momentum with all these drops, and now he has fallen behind in the supply. He knows about the fourth base. So I think with all of that, frankly, failing, I mean, it's not a harsh failure, but it's not good enough. I think Cure knows he's in a lot of trouble. He's going to have to mount a very good defense here as the 3 Colossus, now 4 Colossus come across the map. There's not a lot of fodder for those Colossus, to be fair, and I don't think there's a War Prism on the field to reinforce, so I'm not sure Hero can be super confident in his engagement as his Colossus on the front lines, goes after it. Nice pick off right there. Second Colossus also goes down. Cure with a very decisive move there. Viking still available for the next 2 Colossus to come up as well. Only Stalkers left over, forced to flee. They will not be able to protect those Colossus very long, and Hero does make a little mistake right there. Maybe being a little too eager to get on Cure's side of the map, while Cure's macro was still very good. The Marauder count very high, the Viking count just good enough when you consider he jumped on top of the Colossus with the bio at the very least. Ghost Academy's finally on the way too. EMP is always helpful, even though we don't have Templars on the field. Bigger problem, I would say, for Cure. Great that he held. He did not let Hero just contain. It's still probably going to lead that way. Cure doesn't have a 4th command center, and his upgrades are falling further and further behind. So 2-2, halfway done for Cure. Hero is working his way to 3-3. So Hero is also double expanding. Why not? This gold base might not be found out for a while. Cure is in a lot of trouble, adding on the production that he really does need, which is taking all the resources away from a potential 4th. He's going to try and get maxed out, and then maybe if he's able to max out and accumulate some minerals, he can grab a 4th, but priority is getting on the max out, and I think that is the right call. It's just damned if you do, damned if you don't. Hero with 3-3 long before Cure's, while he's going to be maxed out with the perfect composition that he's looking for, is really going to be able to bully Cure for a little while longer. Cure doesn't have as much say in this game, I think, as the first game versus Classic, where it was far more back and forth after a successful defense from Cure. Well, he found those 2 Colossus that really just gave him a little breathing room that didn't reverse the victories here. Reverse the leads. Look at the mini-map. Don't feel very good for the Terran, do we? That mini-map is pretty blue. And we've got not just blue bases, but also blue map vision all over the field. Hero knows how desperate it is. He's going to see eventually just the orbital having moved over. Once the 4th base was mining out of his main, not going to wait for the actual 400 minerals to build that and wait for that to build too, right? Needs it right now. A Dark Shrine is on the way. Something that Classic really doesn't get very often, does he? Despite being so well known for his DT blink into Rogue's Base in 2019. Everyone knows that one. He actually doesn't seem to like DTs that much. I personally like the addition, especially if you're going to have all of this time. It's very clear the Terran player is not going to be able to get on the map. They are properly scared of the situation, so they're just not going to go for it. So get the DTs. Maybe you don't use them. Maybe you do. It's still nice to have. Big attack coming on the right side. That is 5 Colossus, by the way. I don't think Kira anticipated that many Colossus. Might have stopped his Viking production or just never gotten that much to begin with. 5 Vikings. Not going to be enough there. 8 Ghosts is also quite a bit. Maybe a little too much. Being very, very picky about the compositions, but we are reaching a maxed out situation for both parties. So instead of having an extra 3 Ghosts, maybe you have an extra 3 Vikings, whatever it would be. I don't remember their supplies. That's actually a pretty important distinction when you're facing someone who has 5 Colossus. Big old concave from Cure, one of the best opportunities he can have to take a fight, but he is down 2 upgrades, and those Colossus are not falling fast enough. The concave holds for a little while longer. Marauder's just barely able to survive the onslaught, and Hero is going to respect that. I think it's a good pullback, very temporary pullback, as he waits for more Zealots to come on the front, and then he'll probably go for it. Yep. Yeah, he ultimately is winning this game. Taking out the potential surround on the backside is a nice move. Hero now expanding into Kira's territory too. This is all Hero. Kira's just hoping that Hero makes a really bad engagement happen. Not a bad engagement for Hero here. Zealots find a small portion of the army off to the right and slice and dice. The Colossus find the rest of the army. No contest. Go missile turret, go missile turret. And yeah, Hero is going to take game 1. Really back and forth in the beginning, however, but once Hero found his footing, it was smooth sailing from there. Cure over-dedicated to the drops and lost all of them, and that gave Hero so much freedom. Ugh. Standing is healthy, but my God, is it hard. I do have a standing desk. That's why I was talking about standing being hard. Does he have an extra special one? Game number 2 here on Tokamak. This is a best of 7, so there were no vetoes, only choices. Wait, no, do we have a 9-map pool again? So I guess there are a veto. Well, still, we're going to get a lot of maps. There's less vetoes than usual. And so we might get some unideal maps, but I'm actually not sure I could tell you what's unideal for Terran or Protoss in this map pool. The top right is Cure, and the bottom left it is Hero. I really... The situation, as far as the builds and the pacing of TPP, seemed far more important than the maps at this stage. I mean, there's definitely been maps that heavily favored one race or the other in past map pools, and I'm sure there is this one. Just not so much that it counters the overall meta situation that we got going on, which is, we kind of got a glimpse of it last game. Cure's done a great job in his best of 5 versus Classic, showing that Terran still has a chance to get out in the map and still can go for this back and forth epic TVP. But that last game was a little more of what the downside of the matchup is, which is, once you take your foot off the gas, whether it's a forced error or unforced error, it's really hard to get back on the map as a Terran player. The hero also does one of the best jobs of really taking the opportunity when given to him. Whether it's blinking into an army when he should, or he shouldn't, or expanding when he should. He's the best at it. Kira's going to go for a 2-Rax, by the way. I know I saw... There it is. He's going to go for a 2-Rax. Kira with the 1-Rax expand looking. This is actually a really interesting build. Wow. I've never seen this, I don't think. Oh my god. I have never seen this. So first of all, he doesn't get an orbital. That's how he tricks Hero into believing this is a 1-Rax expand. He puts the 150 minerals that would usually go into the orbital into the second barracks, and so his command center still comes out at the appropriate time. And Hero, there's no reason for him not to believe that, right? I mean, he kind of, maybe, I actually can't tell if that was like what timing the scouting was. If he saw the orbital still wasn't being transformed after the barracks was done, that is a hint. And very few professional Terran players are ever going to be caught not immediately getting an orbital. Considering that Hero has gotten a shield battery at the front, he might have picked up on something. But he also might just be playing super safe. This is crazy. This is going to be a 2-Rax SEV pool. Marauder proxy on the way. Oh man, that's a good one. This is exactly the type of situation where you've convinced the Protoss you're macroing. Which is so difficult to do. Look at these sentries. Look how dumb these sentries are. Idiots. What are you going to do? They're going to force build in the Marauder? I guess that is pretty good, but still. There is a lot more on the way. And Hero knows it. That's why he's desperately trying to get more shield batteries. SEVs are here. Marines are almost here. It's so few units, but ditto on the side of Hero. Went for a triple sentry opener. I actually don't know why he went triple sentry, to be honest. No Adept, no Stalker, but is that going to be enough to hold? The shield battery actually finished. Oh my god, the Pylon. The Pylon's going to be healed. The 3 extra shield batteries are going to finish. This is going to fail. Oh my god, those force fields actually did save the day. Oh my god. How did this not work? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. Hero slapped that down. Yeah, Governor Gruff, that's something I do wish I had. I don't have it. But you're meant to stand, God would have invented chairs. In the top right of ley lines, Hero now leads 2-0. In the bottom left, it is Cure. He had such a big brain build. Hero did go for a very cautious shield battery. And I do... maybe I should have checked, actually. I probably should have. With the power of replays, I probably should have checked. Did he see the command center was not transforming when the barracks was done? Because if he did, the shield battery was response to that, and the sentries were a response to that. I'm guessing the sentries were more so for the idea of force fielding, you know, the units out rather than the units in, like what happens. But that's actually, like, but what he did was actually ideal. He pulled the probes to help the sentries. Probes are kind of good against Marauders, actually. And then he got everything together and locked the Marauders in. So as much as I was making fun of the sentries initially, and I think they would have struggled if everything came together, Marauders and a couple of Marines and SCVs, This might have been Hero actually scouting it. Which just sucks so much, because otherwise it seemed like such a big brain build. And the freaking pylon standing, man. What the hell? Oh, well. You try, you fail, you move on, I guess. Cure still has 2 lives left. And probably a lot of trickery possible. Well, that's one of the biggest tricks I've seen. Factory expand coming out for Cure. Hero spots it, and that's the confirmation that the probe can get. The probe can't linger any longer, so you're going to need to depend on either an adept or the sentry, maybe a 3rd sentry unit. For now, no sentry. Whoop. Probe was found out too. Not sure if Hero was trying to hide that. If he was, it was unsuccessful. 3rd unit is going to be a stalker, so... Or wait. Oh, that is a 2nd unit. I'm bad at timings. 2nd unit is a stalker. We'll still see if the 3rd one is a sentry. Reaper's going to get into the main easily as the stalker went to the left. Reaper came in from the right. And a couple of probes are going to lose their lives by the looks of things. Maybe just the one. Oop, Reaper does go down. So yeah, just the one probe is not a big deal. And, you know, there is a 2nd Reaper and a Hellion on the way, but I think if you were going to go for multiple Reaper Hellion, like you did in the first game, I think you aren't going to use the first Reaper like that. Hero is going to play it bit courageously, sending his units across the map. No sentry. His harassment is going to be his scouting. But he does not realize there are more units on the way. A single Hellion and a Reaper could actually do a lot of damage. But then again, the command center is also going to be under fire, although right now Hero's not focus firing. There he goes. Trying to deal with the main base harassments. Probes are pulled. Reaper's gone. Only a Hellion. It's not bad. I'd actually say that's okay for Cure if he wasn't losing time on his command center. Cyclone is about to pop, and the Stalkers could be in trouble, so this might turn around on Hero. It is indeed, as the SCVs are also pulled into this. One's going to go build the command center. The other one's make sure the Cyclone does not get overwhelmed, just in case. And the Cyclone should be able to hold until that tank, and then that'll be the real defense. Hero is going into Blink and a Robo. So not the Roboless style. And then how many gateways? Generally 3 nowadays. Generally 3. That's actually a little more awkward perhaps for Hero. Nope. Cyclone locks onto the Adept. Medevac still being targeted. It is going to survive just barely. Oh, Jesus. And now that the Cyclone has the buddy tank, now it's turned around a little bit on Hero. How did that last Stalker not die? SCV's need to repair the Cyclone. Tank sieged up. Hero didn't realize it. There's that final hold. That could have been bad. That could have been bad for Kier, obviously, if he lost the medevac. I was anticipating him unloading it and then killing a couple of stalkers, which is what happened, just with the help of the tank. Second barracks is on the way. Kier goes into a 2-1-1 from this. And Hero does not have the scout. Yep, didn't get into the main base at all and is not grabbing a sentry for the hallucination. 2 more gateways are on the way. How many is that in total? We got a good old-fashioned 4-gate, guys. We're 4-gating it up. Hero, I wanted to mention this. I don't think I did, but I was going to say Hero also more likely to be aggressive with his Blink Stalkers. So I was talking about, more in the macro sense. But then, yes, literally as far as the build goes, I think he would be more likely to actually go into a 4-gate or to go 3-gate with a Warp Prism compared to Classic. And that's going to change the dynamic a little bit and what Kier's expectations are. Kier should know this. He should know that Hero tends to be a little more aggressive and should not be careless with his army movements now that the 4-gate timing is almost here. Before the simple medevac drop, that's typical timing. Ideally hits before the blink is done. And then, poses a threat for the rest of the game. In this case, you gotta wait to see what they're gonna be bringing at you. Good scan on the Observer, honestly. This attack is still going? Oh no, I totally was... that was a bad cast then. Okay, well, in my opinion, Kira should take the possibility of a 4-gate very seriously. And I guess he does. He does move out. He does kind of want to preempt this. But then he could just find himself out of position, so I don't know, man. I don't know. Stem's going to be canceled. A lot of Stalkers ended up surviving. Tanks have to get in position and then siege, which means that the Stalkers can blink on top of it. Oh my god. I thought Kira was going to wait for the 4-gate timing. Stalkers are starting to go down. SCV's finally getting on the action. Warp Prism doing that secondary blink micro, but 3 tanks still available. Their regular DPS ain't bad, guys. It ain't bad. Stalkers starting to get real low. Zealots warped in to help deal with the SCV pool. At the end of the day, Hero finds tons of damage. So much. He is going to lose almost all of his Stalkers, though. Quick pickup with the Warp Prism to save at least 4. 12 Stalkers go down. 22 SCVs. I think Hero just pulls the rest of them and wins. Yep. He pulls the rest of them, is going to go for it. Hero has 4 gateways, a Robo, and a Dark Shrine on the way. He knows the counterattack is the scariest thing right now. He knows that he's at a slight army deficit after letting those Stalkers stay as long as they did. And he knows that there is very likely an attack on the way. He hasn't actually seen it yet, I don't believe. Or no, he did actually. The Observer repositioned, so the Observer absolutely saw it. He's going to try and get ahead of it with whatever Stalkers he can. Right, recall the Warp Prism, have 4 Stalkers try and pick off 1 or 2 Marines. Everything counts. But nothing so far. Hero woefully low on the army count. Woefully low, guys. He is at half the army count, and the SCVs have been pulled. Hold position with them as well. They're not attacking. They're just going to try and body block, tank siege up, fire away on the very few units that Hero has. And I think Hero gave away too much army. Simple as Kira making the right decision. Absolutely pull the boys and go for it. Kira's not going to go down to an 0-3 situation. He is going to win game 3 and start the series a little bit more in his favor. Hero stood no chance to the overwhelming army. Maybe a little frustrated since it was a good position. He could have played it differently, obviously. He could have maybe saved more Stalkers, blinked out faster, and then had more to harass the incoming attack. Maybe he could have gotten a faster Dark Shrine. I think this was very much a response Dark Shrine to the all-in on the way. Like, he just knew that was going to happen. So he was like, well, one thing, he's not going to have a lot of scans. It's a good idea, but he didn't get it fast enough. Also, an Archon wouldn't have been bad. Worst case scenario. But yeah. Probably a very frustrating game for Hero, who's finally ready to tap out. There you go. GG. Here brings it to a 1-2 for him. A little ad break for getting into the rest of the series. Well, Dimitri left. Oh, well, there he is. Speak of the devil. Look at that claw. Look at it. But Apollo actually got into a cat cam position. He's a handsome boy. Hello. Who's that jungle boy? This is what you're missing if you don't have a subscription to my channel. Downtime, cat time. Yo. And now we got at least a point on the board for our Terran. In the top left, we have Hero. And on the bottom right, we have Cure. So, Cure, good response, you know, like that's the sacrifice the hero made. He traded out army for economy, which of course wins him the game if Cure just defends, but that would have been a very, very foolish thing for Cure to do. Great opportunity to run across the map and kill the guy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And Hero, he really tried to do everything he could with a very limited number of units and structures that he could get. Dark Shrine was a good idea. The Sentries trying force field was a good idea. They didn't really get an opportunity to get any time buying force fields. Obviously Shield Battery, obviously Immortal. And then the 4 Stalkers that lived, you know, trying their best. But you just literally don't have enough units. So is Hero ever going to 4-gate again? It's a best of 7. It is still very possible he does it again. Most of the 4 gates we see don't end in such a fashion. But it's definitely not as common as it used to be. That might have been the one plan, you know. You think through a million situations in your head, at least some of these pro gamers do. Everyone's different, right? Some pro gamers say that they really have no plan going into a lot of series. Some say that they are totally, you know, reacting to the situation. Some, you know, they say I have this one plan, and if it doesn't go according to plan, then I react. And then some, they think of a million situations, and they're like, well, if I go up 1, and then I go down 1, and then if it's 2-1, and then if it's 5-0, and then I'll do all a bunch of different things, right? And if Hero says, if I go up 2-0 and I'm just commanding here, I'm gonna get him with 4-gate, I'm gonna kick his ass. And that gets bumped, right? And you're like, okay, never mind, just kidding. I didn't want to do it anyway, shut up. And you go back to some of the other stuff that's been working out for you. Cure goes for a Marauder opener once again, actually. See if this goes into anything more nefarious. Doesn't really have a lot in the early game. The Marauder can surprise Hero. I mean, Hero doesn't do any scouting, doesn't send him, or if he does send a unit across the map, actually, say he sends the Adept across the map, it shades right into the Marauder slow, and it goes, oh shit, and then it dies. Marauders think there's an opportunity to continue the counterattack. Protoss doesn't get a caution shield battery. Marauders can actually find some damage, sure. But a lot of the time, it doesn't. A lot of the time, the Marauders scare off the Adept, and then, you know, they're like, job done, and now you have 2 extra Marauders. It's going to go into second barracks pretty quickly, and then a factory, so we're just going to wait in the either starport or third racks option. The probe did not see the tech lab. I don't believe he saw the Marauder. Kira certainly is hiding it as if it did not, so good hide, good hide. One thing Hero knows, no Reaper. So nothing to worry about back at home. Hallucination will come through and see the, I don't know if it's all the literal Marauders, but that's pretty evident of a Marauder opener in the tech lab right there. And then he's going to want to make sure this does not turn into an SCV pool situation. We do have a lot of just default shield batteries coming down for Hero. So definitely helped him in a couple of games already. You could hurt him if this was super, super macro, I guess. But as soon as he realizes, as the hallucination saw a third CC on the way, you know, then it's like, okay, I wasted 100 minutes on a shield battery, but go Nexus, go Pro Production, go Chrono. You can still pivot from a situation such as this. Very fast Forge coming down. That's not a Robo. You can't trick me. That's a Forge. Yeah, I would have just guessed it was a Robo if I'd seen it in game. Thank God we have the production tab. So very, very fast upgrade. Very fast. He's doing the Roboless build. I don't think he did this with a +1 this fast. Last time we saw a Hero do it specifically, but he might have. Classic did it. Classic is not going for the upgrade. Well, very quickly into charge. He actually changes off of Blink, which was not brand new. Like, that was a ways along. And says, nope, I don't care about it anymore. Let's go into some charge. Okay. Some on-the-fly decision-making. As he did see that it was a 3-1. Looks like he's going to try and get into Archons. Stalkers, they have some use, obviously, against an attack. They can try and buy as much time as possible and pick off units with their Blink. But when it comes down to it, if the army gets across the map, if it gets sieged up, if the bio is able to stim on you, Stalkers, they wilt. Charge lots have a chance. And Archons as well. So I think this is the exact map that Kira did this on too versus Classic. I don't know, but it is a 3-1 SCV pool. I don't know if he's gonna be able to get the Storm. You have the recharge available, so you have energy on the High Templar. It's just literally whether or not you can get the Storm fast enough. There's the SCV pool. Hero grabs a third, but you know, he might actually believe this is... He might hope that this buys time. I know it seems absurd to get 400 minerals if you see an SCV pool coming, but... You know, it kind of is absurd, actually. I don't like it. I don't... maybe... I don't know, man. He definitely sold 3-1. I don't know. He definitely had 6 gateways he could have used 600 minerals. I don't know. Well... No time bot with that anyway, so now it's just going to be a warp in point, which ain't bad, actually. Storm's almost done. 2 seconds, 1 second, it's done. Alongside that +1. Soccer's on the backside, absolutely demolished. Storm wasn't even slapped down until the very last second. There was nothing even really hit. I can't... I don't know if this was ever easy, first of all, so I'm not completely flabbergasted by this. I don't think this was ever an easy hold. But... This ain't a hold. As much as Hero seemed to see it incoming and had a plan, this very decisive plan, it has not worked out. Yeah. The bunker is creating a little artificial wall. Storm does hit some of the bio. It's a lot of bio, actually. But there's still 3 tanks alive, 4 bunkers as well, and more units reinforcing. Hero seems a little bit SOL. 16 army supply to 51. I don't know when Kira's last attack is going to be. I mean, he's just slowly pushing in. It's more like when does Hero choose to go into him. And there you go. Last defense of Hero in this game. A lot of the bio has been taken down, at least the ones outside of the bunker, but there's plenty in the bunker, so that's the problem here. And Hero, maybe the most frustrating game so far, actually. Just because you did see this incoming, you did seemingly have a, preferred response building, and you still got slapped. GG's. Finnish casters call charge heals. Like your heal, I know, but still, that's interesting. Now we're tied up 2-2 on torches. In the top right it is Hero, and the bottom right it is Cure. I'm still really thinking through that one mentally, honestly. It seems like Hero knew what he wanted to do. Is that the absolute best response to a 2-base SCV pool? I'm not sure. I know that Storm is an excellent response to it. The problem is the timing. But then he goes for a Nexus when he has the ability. He literally had 200 minerals in his bank. 400 minerals went into a Nexus. But he had 6 gateways. He could have thus had 600 minerals for 6 extra zealots. My math is sound, I'm pretty sure. And I feel like that would have been the more expected situation when the Protoss was clearly seen an incoming all-in. Right? And those 6 extra zealots might have given them the opportunity to at least jump scare the Terran once before the Terran got up in his grill and built all those bunkers. You know, you're in the natural and you wait for them to come to you and the bunkers are already here. That sucks. But if you can get the zealots to kind of like spook them, be like, oh, and then the Terran has to tank siege and go, okay, no, it's not that bad, and then move. Like, that's still a pretty crucial amount of time in those situations. So I really don't get the third Nexus. Because there's almost zero chance that Kira would ever fall for going after it, too, if that was the plan. I don't know. I don't know. But this could be a problem for Hero. If the 2-base all-in still works, even when it is scouted, does Hero have a problem against it? I know for a fact there are a lot of games out there where the Terran 2-base SEV pulls, and the Protoss crushes it. So I'm not going to say it's a matchup-wide problem. I think even the Gumiho Classic series had a couple of SEV pull shutdowns. But maybe Cure's a little better at them, and Hero's a little worse against them. Once again, cautious shield battery, adept opener into the sentry. Twilight Council comes down. No Stargate openers in a while, not unless you watch Maru's off-racing Protoss, which was a little less than stellar. Otherwise, Stargate seems to have phased out. 1-1-1 behind the factory expands. Cyclone's going to come out. Hero is going to be able to, I think even, well, he might be able to chill and see the Cyclone. It's a tech lab, so it's either one hell of a fast tank, which is still an important scout, or it is a Cyclone, which is a little more anticipated. Charge is coming down first once again. I will say that as far as, absolute perfect from the beginning response goes, Hero didn't have one. Hero did change a blink upgrade over into charge, and then got the Templar Archives. And he probably could have done those things faster. I don't really know exactly how much faster, unless it was completely blind. Because it did seem like he was scouting religiously. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe there was gaps, and now he's making sure there are no gaps. Banshees are on the way, so I think he wanted to confirm that's what the tech lab was going to be used for, and he did. Charge does not help against Banshees, but Robo coming down with an Observer, 4 Stalkers, easy peasy. Charge could be used to attack. You could go for this, I think the charge lots will overwhelm you before the Banshees kill me situation. Kill either the probes or kill the Zealots attacking into the natural. Mentioning it because it is Hero, and Hero did already throw 6 Zealots across the map into a natural at a seemingly very odd time in the first game. So I feel like it's worth mentioning. He could do it. I don't think he should. Hallucination getting even further scouting, still sees. Yes, indeed, it is Cloak. But also, 3 racks, 1-1. Now the scout's going to see if there's a third CC at any given time. Sim was a long ways away from finishing, of course. Combat Shield will be coming up very soon. Hero's got his army on the front. Telling you, man. Telling you. Is this actually a good idea? We're going to find out. Cure is totally unprepared for this. No response, does not get the benefit of raising the depots and hiding behind them. SCVs are pulled very quickly, and we do at least save the Cyclone and a couple of Marines for some firepower, but the Banshee just left. The Banshee was like, you got this, right, guys? Oh, shit, you needed my help? My bad. Well, 15 SCVs killed. Yikes. Stalker barely able to retreat. A couple more SCVs gonna go down to this very pesky little Zealot. And that was a really good amount of damage. Hero does what Hero wants to, all right? And I didn't know about it. I didn't know about it, but that freaking worked, actually. Is it really only one Banshee? No, one Banshee did die. So maybe it did stay there and it died. What happened to the other Banshee? I need to rewind. I need to see this. Because if he just let that Banshee go across the map. Okay, one Banshee was trying to kill probes. Oh, that's the one that died, though. But yeah, the second Banshee was like, whatever, guys, you got this. Oh, what a dick. I think that Banshee could have actually really helped in the main. no matter what, I would say minimum 8 SCVs go down, I think. But I think the Banshee could have reduced it, you know, so it's not 18. Maybe it's 12, I guess. Well. That's unfortunate because Cure is now in a pretty unwinnable position. He's not well timed to react to this with an SCV pool like he was in the Blink Stalker game. Nor is he having a good time in a macro game. He is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do I know of any pros going to DreamHack Dallas? I really don't. It actually occurred to me yesterday that I could be casting DreamHack Dallas, and it's mostly people I don't even recognize. It's like the final day, it's like pros you recognize, but the first day is just like, who is this guy? Who signed up? It's possible. Kira's not willing to tap out of the game just because he lost some SCVs in the early game. I mean, you got mules, am I right, guys? Mules are good. Mules are not this good. Again, rock in a hard place. The real problem is the timing at which it happened. It happens later that he loses 16 or 14, 19 in total SCVs. Good lord. It was 18, wasn't it? Yeah. It happens later in the game. It's a little less effective, you know, as far as just the amount of SCVs that are left over. And it also means that there's more bio, and the upgrades are all done, and that counterattack can happen. It happens a little sooner, and then maybe... I don't know, a little sooner probably would still be pretty bad, but maybe even a little sooner there's something to an all-in. Just because Hero would have had so few units. It was, the time was so damn inappropriate. Kira's really not going to be able to do anything. And Hero knows how good a position he's in. You know, he grabbed a third behind that little push. So he has been very comfortable. Gonna push in before +1's even done. Timing, don't need no sinking timing. Just go in. And Kira's once again caught off guard. A little late to the stutter step. SCVs are pulled in. Cyclone comes up from the high ground to help out, but that is a Warp Prism with secondary Blink Micro. The ability to warp in more. That maybe wasn't actually the fight that we wanted. No! Warp Prism! Oh no! Oh no, can Hero still throw this? Maybe Hero shouldn't have pushed into a wall of bio tucked into a corner with SCVs pulled. And +1 done, but his own +1 wasn't done. Maybe you shouldn't do that in StarCraft. Huh. Was that enough to throw the game? We're gonna find out, guys. SCVs have been pulled. Cure's all in here. 27 SCVs and about to be even less. Colossus is on the way, but not out yet. Money in the bank as Hero did not get the appropriate amount of production or reinforce fast enough. He does still have an okay army supply, but is it going to be good enough? Zealot's getting melted. Immortal Shield popped. Gonna go after it. Colossus also a little bit weak. Gonna go after that Colossus. Go after the Colossus. Go after it. Go after it. Go after it. It's gonna go down. And not a lot of units got onto up to the bio when that happened, but there might still be enough post-Colossus death. Stalkers from behind. More Zealots. The Guardian Shield helping. Cure forced to flee. Oh, but the Stalkers are going to be on his tail. 3 Medivacs, 4 Marauders, and a Dream. That's turned into a nightmare. Hero will hold. He is just so freaking far ahead. GG's. Whew. He's like, what the shit? Why'd you do that? Thanks, Casper. He is a pretty cat. Game number 6. In the bottom left of Ultra Love, it is Hero, and in the top right, it is Cure. Hero now on a potential winning map. If he wins this, he will win the GSL and get his slot to EWC. Cure has a chance in Season 2, which is coming up very soon. Trying to fit all of these qualifiers in before EWC. It's like July 20th or something like that. Hero's had some struggles. Cure has brought more to this matchup than I anticipated, although for this finals, it has been back more to just the attempted all-ins. Maybe some of them were forced. Maybe Cure had nothing but macro ambitions in the last game, and then he lost 18 SCVs. But there's been a lot more of that early game 2-base emphasis in this compared to Cure's really amazing macro game versus Classic. He did try in the first game, he did, it just didn't work out. And then I guess once it works out, you flip over the table and say, to hell with that, I'm just going to go for 2-base all-ins. Another factory expand from Cure. 1-rax expands are for losers, and for fake 2-raxes, or fake 1-rax expand for an actual 2-rax. Which I still thought was a really cool build. Completely failed. Womp womp. Ultra Love was the map, I believe, that had the epic Classic versus Cure game. And I would love to see a similar game and what Hero could bring to the table. Let's watch this Reaper for a while. I was thinking of PvP finals. I was thinking if it wasn't TVP, it'd still be very hero favored. 4-1 would be my guess. Go get that shield battery. Get him. Probably was waiting for whatever units that was out to reveal itself. And hey, it was a Stalker. No entry into the main. Sorry, buddy. And it is going to be a Sentry seconds. Helene is on the way alongside a Starport. Command Center obviously put down. Cure not a 1-baser. They're not very good anyway. And immediately recharge. Immediate hallucinate. Wants to make sure it's not really a 1-base. But also making sure that it's not going to be perhaps reactored Hellions. Or, well, yeah, reactored Hellions or reactored Reapers. 2 Reapers, I think, may have tried to do a jump. I'm not sure, but they do not do it successfully. 2 gateways coming down already on top of the initial 1. Pretty quick. I think Hero's going to do it again. He's going to go charge and just sends out. Oh my god, he's going to do it again. Where's the goofy meme? Wait, he's going to 4-gate with this? Is he just going to all in with it? We're going to have some stupidly Wings of Liberty 2-base charge all in? I guess when you catch someone so off guard in the last game, you just double down. Phoenix sees a Widowmine drop. This Widowmine drop is really important, not for the damage it's going to find, but for the scouting. It really needs to scout this. I think it'd be very difficult to scout this. You would assume that is Blink on the way, and even though 4 gateways without a Robo is a scout too, you're still not reading it quite correctly, and in fact this medevac decides not gonna bother. Can't get close enough. Just gonna run away. It's not gonna be totally charge all in Wings of Liberty style. We do have 4 gases taken, So we're going to get to Storm eventually, but I would not be surprised if Hero does just try and send those Zealots into the natural again. Tank is Siege, but, you know, it's not necessarily what you want against the Zealots. Medevac's trying to head into the natural. It's seeing nothing but Stalkers so far, so again, it's very easy to presume that was Blink. One of mine's not going to get a shot. Zealots still making their way across the map. One Zealot goes first. That's not going to have the same effect as last game. Little Sim City. Oh, he even pulls the SCVs. That might have just been to repair the bunker at a very coincidental timing. I am not sure. But the SCV block to help would have been appropriate. Just more Sim City, hold position them. Because one Zealot that had charge, right? It was fast. Its little legs went put. So you can tell that that was charge first if you were really paying attention anyway. And even if Kier knows about it, maybe he didn't notice how fast the Zealots are moving. Or the single Zealot. He's just going to go for it anyway. He's going to do it again. They both are going to do it again. SCV pull? Yeah, buddy. And while the SCVs will not be seen by the hallucination, they are almost guaranteed. It is almost. Like, this could pull back and get a third for all you know. Two observers are awkward. They're like, no, you're supposed to go that way. You're supposed to go that way. Wait a minute. They finally do see the SCV all in. And what does Hero have? He's got a shield battery at his natural. The third Nexus is probably not worth it. Shield battery not going to help out here. But a Guardian Shield does. Hallucination is to trick up the AI. Zealot's going to top of some of these Marines, but a stutter step backwards means the Zealots are starting to melt. Tank was firing away on the Stalkers too, and now they're injured near death. Colossus also being gunned down. Cure not going to quite get that Colossus. Forced to give up the chase. All the SCVs have been deleted. Hero holds on. Remember, this is Cure's last life in the GSL. And he's betting it all on this all-in. He's actually rebuilding some SCVs back at home, but I feel like that's just going to pull more eventually anyway. Both players in a delicate situation right now. Hero might look like he's going to win. You know, time is on his side after all, but I don't know. Those tanks sieging up here kind of puts the choke against you. Hero's going to go down the choke. Third tank wasn't quite sieged. Zealot's already getting disappeared, and the tanks are properly focus firing. Get one of the Colossus, the other one significantly injured, and that was not the push out that Cure was hoping for. I think he's willing to lose the Zealots every time, but nothing else. Certainly not the Colossus. Cure even reinforcing now with some Marauders to add some chonk to the bio, and Hero is in a hell of a lot of trouble. Shield battery going to go down, Immortal's going to come in, but the choke is now against you. Pushing down this is near impossible. Even a Viking comes in to help out. That Colossus is going to go down so damn quickly. And Hero is going to be forced to game 7. He cannot handle the 2-base SCV pulls. They keep on getting them. Oh, that Atosis Pylon. Oh! Not that I think it would have changed the game, although a second Colossus would have been helpful. The probes are all dead. The Immortal's going to be chased after. And Cure is going to force a game 7 in this PVT finals. Hero once again, maybe a little disbelief. Can't believe he's been forced this far in a matchup that he is so good in. GG's. Cure! Game 7! Clearly the SCV is the strongest unit. It does have the most health. SCV's wolves are kind of mech. It all comes down to this. Who wins GSL and who gets a slot in EWC, where there is $700,000 on the line in that tournament. That's the real goal here. In the bottom right, the SCV pools are working. I feel like he's going to do it again. It is Cure. In the top left, perhaps revealing a slight weakness to them, it is Hero. What can you do to stop the 2-base SCV pool? Well, one game, he did send Zealots in and massacred 18 SCVs, and that made things a lot easier. Second game, he tried to do the same exact thing, but it just didn't work. Not the same, quite the same setup, unit composition. Just positioning. What else did he do to interrupt things? I feel like maybe a 4-gate, but one where you don't actually dedicate to the stalker. You just have a lot of stalkers to constantly push the Terran back and slow down the engagement. Wouldn't be bad. I mean, to be frank, as much as we're seeing Hero go for these very response-heavy builds, like he sees the SCV pool coming and then he responds to it, he changes his blink to charge, he goes for High Templars. Most of the SCV pools of the past were not defended because of a quick scout and a quick response. They were defended because there was already some amount of fear. You know, the Protoss was like, well, I need to be careful, I need to have 3 gateways, and I need to build a shield battery, and I need to do scouting. And then they'd see maybe the SCV pool start at the natural, you know, in a good scenario, they'd see that. And they'd still be able to hold. So I'm not saying that the response going Charge Storm is bad, because I don't think that is the case. It's just, it's not working for Hero. So, I don't know, maybe kind of sticking with the basics would be better. And then playing more defensively minded than that particular 4-gate game we saw. I don't know. You know, I'm not going to be a good coach in this situation. I think you would need a little bit more time to study and practice against what Cure is doing to you than what GSL currently allows. GSL back-to-back semis and finals, but even now back-to-back on the round of 8. So you really don't get any time to prepare. He's weakening every SCV with a probe for the long game. Yeah. Another Marauder opener, too. You like these ones. Into the 2-1 and probably into the 3-1, right? The SCV pools are working. Why would you stop? It is the thing that is working. Twilight Council on the way. Is it going to be charge? I think I like Blink better. And it's emphasizing that I really don't think Charge Storm as a response is bad. I think it's coming down to how quickly the SCV pool is coming. It's not a going up to Medivac and then SCV pool, which I think then you'd have plenty of time to get a lot of Zealots, even mine off your third base for a little while maybe, and then you'd also absolutely have time to get Storms littered around the map, and you know you have a lot of time to buy. Like, this is such a quick SCV pool that I think that really is just the time of it. You don't have enough Zealots. You don't have Storm quite ready. And they do get up close and personal to your production and your Nexus. But Stalkers do have the weakness in that once they are pinned, they will fall to bio and tank fire. But at least their strength comes maybe a little quicker. They get on the field even in lower numbers of like 4, for instance. They can still one-shot SCVs. They can still one-shot Marines. Yeah, I think the approach might be better here. Still 3-gate, though, and that is what Hero is doing. The ability to produce the appropriate amount of Stalkers. We did get 3 barracks with 1 factory. It's absolutely going to be the all-in. Hero going to still grab their War Prism, which I think is fine, too. I don't want Hero to use it once he figures out this is absolutely the all-in, which he hasn't yet. So this is going to be situational then. If the War Prism comes in and it sees a good amount of units and it sees the SCV pool about to come and then just goes, nope, just kidding, never mind, and then it runs back home, you know, is used to micro stalkers to harass, A-okay. But if we get a situation where Hero is so dead set on being aggressive with the stalkers that he just blindly blinks in, we could have that counterattack from, you know, what was it, game 4 or game 5? It's scary. Colossus is going to be coming out very quickly. This was before 3rd Nexus, and I think that is appropriate. He still has yet to actually see it's a 3-1, but now he's getting the idea. The Observer finally sees everything. The Stalkers blinked in a very safe location. There was no units there, so the Observer saw that. This blink is fine, does lose 1 Stalker. But now he has the idea. Immortal gets started up. Charge gets started up. That was kind of late, actually. More Gateway is going to be necessary. Buying more time is what's really important here. The Stalkers need to be on Cure's ass the entire time. I don't know if I've ever seen a 7 racks on 2 base, to be honest. What the fuck is this? This is an 8 racks. What? What? Cure's like, I don't have any time for a reactor. Reactors are stupid and I hate them. Oh, this all-in was scouted long before the barracks. Long before. He knows the SCV pool is coming. Stalker's prepared to try and trade outs. Loses 1 of them. It's all about time buying. Charge is halfway done. Colossus just starts up. Shield battery also going to have to be planted too. Backup pylon as well. +1 attack and a finish at some point for our Terran. No upgrades for Hero. More focus fire on the Marines, trying desperately to whittle this down before it actually arrives. No time really bought, though, as far as the siege of the tanks. That is not a very big Protoss army. Guardian Shield activated. He's going to pull back from this. Definitely don't go for it right now. Get that siege up a little ways away from the production and just take that as a win. This is going to be so damn close. There's +1 finishing. Charge also going to finish. First Colossus out. Second Colossus queued. Getting chronoed. Shield batteries a goner very, very quickly. And he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it. The bunkers aren't done. He wants to go for it. Stalkers blink on top of the tanks. Colossus focusing the Marines. SCVs are almost all gone. And the Colossus will be saved thanks to the Warp Prism. Immortal also lives. Very important to bust down these tanks. Second Colossus is going to be huge. Going to melt the Marines so damn quickly. Kira's put everything on the line once again with the SCV pool. Hero, I think, has his best chance yet to actually defend. He's coming with a concave. He's coming in with a second Colossus. And any amount of extra units he can muster. He might even pull the probes here, knowing all he needs to do is break it once. No probe pull, but he's going to go for it. Bunker's running a little Sim City. Colossus micro on top of those Marines. Immortal going after the bunker, actually. Can't reach the tanks, but the tanks no longer are part of the fight. Here, realizing that, does back away. The hallucination might be known by Cure, but the AI will still fall for it. Decides to go after the more vulnerable units off to the right side. Hero does have to respond to that, brings the Colossus over to the right, and this just means the Marines cannot make any headway. This does not look like it's going to work for Cure. More SCVs have been pulled, even if it's just a couple. Here comes a now full surround. War Prism on the backside with 2 Immortals. Does get gunned down immediately, but the tanks are already gone. The bunkers will also fall eventually as the Immortal does pull back. The bunkers will stand for now. The Immortal in a little bit of trouble. Second Immortal about to pop. 2 Colossus still standing. Is just so damn big. Every other game, the Colossus, if it did get purchased, it was gunned down very quickly. Might have taken Hero an entire best of 7, but he's finally figured out the hold against the SCV pool. Nice first Stalker blink in to tank that tank shot. Bunker's still barely holding, but they are starting to go down. Immortal's starting to go down too, but the Colossus are alive, and Cure is now on 7, 8 units. And Hero still has a stable economy. This is going to be it. He's whittled it down. He's done enough. Now Kira decides to retreat, but it is game over. Hero wins GSL Season 1 2025 and a ticket to the Esports World Cup. GG's. And the crowd goes wild. Woo! Look at him. Look at Apollo. He's so excited. Woo! He's excited. Oof, that was a lot of StarCraft, actually. So Hero is the first to join EWC invites alongside Clem, who was the champion last year. So we know 2 people who are going to be going to EWC. Oof. Such a good screen grab of Palo. I feel like I need to calm down after that one. Ugh, we are going to play WarCraft. I'm booting it up now. I'm going to stand for a second. I have a cat, Wicket, who sleeps in a cat bed that's on the ceiling. And she's always like hanging out, you know, like her paw. So I always give her a high five. I don't know if I can show you with the webcam. I could try. Right. High five. Hi, Wicket. She's cute. Ceiling cat. Yep. Actual real life ceiling cat. Enough stars, time for war. We're on the Night Elf campaign. Wrath of the Betrayer. We just escaped from Illidan causing the entire dungeon thing to come crashing down.
What happened, Mistress? Where are Nisha and the others?
They are
did, mate.
lost. Illidan claimed the Eye of Sargeras and used its power to bury our sisters alive. Now he intends to finish the rest of us off. We have no choice but to sail back to Kalimdor and warn Shondo Stormrage of what his brother intends.
It's too late, Mistress. Illidan's forces have arrived.
We cannot escape, but perhaps we can send for reinforcements. Summon the runner. She must reach the shoreline and sail back to Kalimdor. With any
Hold out
luck,
mission.
Shondo Stormrage will reach us before we're overrun. Be swift, sister.
Oh, wow, she sucked balls.
The runner is in trouble. Protect her.
Tor Ilisar Tharanol.
Yeah, not a holdout mission. Now I'm sad. Way to fucking suck, Jesus.
We must hurry. The end draws near. Justice will be done.
What's the point of the runner? I'm just gonna run with
Finish
her.
the hunt. Now is the time.
Actually, my place is in the basement, so it's always cold
I
down
can
here.
wait no
So the lights are
longer.
never
We're
very hot.
wasting time here. We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits. We must hurry. For justice. Justice will be done.
What's she got? Oh, she
The
heals.
hunt
Mistress,
awaits.
we've discovered a dig site. Perhaps it holds an artifact.
do I need
from our
that?
ancient kingdom.
Scour the dig site. We'll take whatever it holds for our own. Goddess willing, we'll find something to aid us against Illidan and his serpents. Justice will be done. We must hurry. We're wasting time here. We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits. We must hurry. Justice will be done. The guilty will suffer. Justice will be done.
Mistress Shadowsun, research finished.
The hunt awaits. We're wasting time here. We must hurry. I can wait no longer.
Why not use a talent
We must
druid as a
hurry.
runner?
The
That's a
hunt
good
awaits.
question.
We're wasting time here. The guilty will suffer. For the Watchers.
Research.
I will finish the hunt. Justice will be done.
Our warriors
The
have
hunt
engaged
awaits.
the enemy.
Justice will be done. We're wasting time here.
Research
Now is the
finished.
time. We must hurry. Wait on.
Oh, I could probably go up down there, you mean?
We're
Yeah,
wasting
probably.
time here.
Making plans.
If this was just a,
The hunt awaits.
how to say, like
Justice
a
will be
mission where you're only...
Our warriors have engaged the enemy. Research finished.
We're wasting time here.
You're only controlling the
Justice will
units?
be done.
Inventory is full.
Oh, Orb of Slow, I want that.
We must hurry.
I am spoiled to obey.
Then I would have bothered, but seems like it's gonna be both.
We're wasting time here. The
Go away.
end draws near. I can wait no longer. The hunt awaits.
In position. Our warriors have engaged the enemy. Standing guard.
We must hurry.
Whoops.
Justice will be done.
Look at this portrait for the runner, by the way. This looks like handsome Squidward.
We must hurry. Justice
Research
will be done.
Where shall I
Our
strike?
warriors have engaged the enemy. Speak your mind.
We're wasting time here. The end draws near. I will finish the hunt. Now is the time.
Standing guard. Seeking.
The hunt awaits.
Sorry.
The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt. The hunt awaits. We must hurry. We're wasting time here. Justice will be done.
Light my path.
Justice
Maeve's
will
voice
be
was in
done.
Naruto? Really?
We must hurry. The hunt awaits.
In position.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
We're wasting time here. Justice will be done. I can wait no longer. We must hurry.
the great
Now is the
outdoors.
time. The end draws near. The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. The guilty will suffer.
Okay,
The
goodbye,
end
lady.
draws near. We're
Booby
wasting
Ninja Master?
time
Oh,
here. The grove is
being
being
desecrated.
Sue
Open the door.
something, I think.
Making
I forgot. She was a cool character. But Naruto does the thing that a lot of anime does, honestly, which is have cool women and then continue to make them not cool.
We must hurry.
the great outdoors.
Escape the sea, bring a runner in transport.
Justice will be
Guide.
done.
You motherfuckers are gonna make me do sea battles again? Are you serious? I hate this campaign. It's the worst one.
Of course. Another rock.
Gods light my path. Standing guard.
The hunt awaits. The end draws near.
Do I have to research
We
it?
must hurry.
What do you... Seriously? You just...
We're wasting time here.
Any Sirico? What do you think is that?
The great outdoors.
Oh, are you better against these guys? Oh my god, you are better against them. God, why didn't you have you in the second mission?
The hunt awaits. Justice will be done. We must hurry. We're wasting time here. Justice will
Our
be
sacred
done.
grove is being
We're
desecrated.
wasting time here.
Fuck you! No! It's them bitches again! I hate you so much!
Gods light my path.
The great outdoors.
Is there trouble?
Our
Our
gold
gold
mine
mine
is
is
running
running
low.
low. Our
Gladly.
warriors
The
have
hunt
engaged.
awaits. We're wasting time here. I will finish the hunt.
Whoops, that's not what I
The
meant to
guilty
do.
will suffer. We must hurry. Justice will be done.
Hi.
Oh my god.
Making trails.
So much.
Our warriors
The
have
hunt
engaged.
awaits. We're wasting
Oh,
time.
fuck
here.
off.
We must hurry. The hunt
Alright, well this is clearly
Now is the
a
time.
bad
I
maneuver.
can
Our
wait no
sacred
longer.
grove is being desecrated.
We must hurry. The end draws near.
Should've never gone up those ramps.
Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits.
Our time is short. Where shall
We must hurry. I will
There's no
finish the
time to
hunt.
rest.
We're wasting time here. I can wait no longer. The guilty will
I?
suffer.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Justice will be done. Now is the time.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
We're wasting time
Are you
here.
fucking
Our
real?
champion has fallen.
I told him to put in the fucking ships. Ships have stupid AI. Stupid fucking missions.
Which way? God is light.
The great outdoors.
Is
Yes.
there trouble?
So, is it possible to go back?
Just do it.
No, Drew to the Talon, or
Our
whatchamacallits.
sacred grove is
Ancient
being
Wind.
desecrated.
Baby, for the sea. What is next? Make it fast. Are we doing it, baby?
My strength is yours.
I am cold,
No, not the trees. Damn it.
Our gold mine has collapsed.
So no? So what do I just lose from him? Like what?
I am the hand of justice.
I don't get it.
Your building is complete.
So this is just basically they combined a holdout mission with a individual unit, whatever mission, non-macro mission.
Our time is short. I'm awake.
We
I'm
must
awake.
hurry. The end draws near.
More lumber is required.
Well, got these guys.
The hunt awaits. Justice will be done. The hunt
I know it lets me
awaits.
teleport the hero.
Justice will
Your
be
I
done.
did not
I
anticipate
will
having to
finish
use
the
it.
hunt. Now is the time. I can wait no longer. The guilty will suffer.
I might be screwed anyway. So I don't really.
We must hurry. I can wait no
I'm
longer.
just gonna restart. I don't like these missions.
What happened?
I don't like non-macro missions, which is basically is,
We're
and I don't
wasting
like ship
time here.
missions, and they've
Now's
combined
the time.
everything I don't like
I
into
will
one thing.
finish the hunt. We're wasting time here. The
So this
hunt
makes me a
awaits.
sad zombie grub.
Justice will be done.
My strength is yours.
We must hurry. The guilty will suffer. Justice will be done. We must hurry.
At least there are no Kodo caravans. That's true.
The hunt awaits.
Somehow they could bind that together. That would be truly the worst one.
Our
We're
warriors
wasting
have
time
engaged
here.
the enemy.
We must hurry. Justice will be done. Ashal Theridas!
Mistress, we've discovered a dig site. Perhaps it holds an artifact from our ancient kingdom.
Scour the dig site. We'll take whatever it holds for our own.
Oof.
Goddess willing, we'll find something to aid us against Illidan and his serpents. We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits.
Research
We must hurry. The end draws near.
Where shall I strike?
We're wasting time here.
Research finished. More lumber is required.
Our time is short.
Research
The hunt awaits. Justice will be done.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Justice will be done.
More lumber is research finished. More lumber is required.
The hunt awaits. We're wasting time here.
My strength is yours.
We must hurry. The hunt awaits. I can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt. The guilty will suffer. Now is the time. I will finish the hunt. Now is the time. Justice will be done.
Waddle, waddle, waddle.
Must hurry. I can wait no longer. We're wasting time here.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
I'm awake. I'm awake. I'll bring the door.
Justice will be done. The guilty will suffer. We must hurry.
Your building is complete.
We're wasting time here.
Research
The
finished.
hunt awaits.
Research
We
finished.
must
Jesus.
hurry. We're wasting time here. The end draws near. The guilty will suffer. Now is the time.
Ah,
The
the great
hunt awaits.
outdoors.
The end draws near. For the Watchers.
Show me the path.
Justice will be done. We must hurry. I will finish the hunt. Justice will be done. The hunt awaits.
Goddess, light my path.
We're wasting time
I'm
here.
awake.
Make
I'm
it
awake.
fast.
Of course.
Standing
Justice
guard.
will be done. We must hurry.
What are you guys protecting?
Our
Insufficient
warriors
gold.
have engaged
We're
the
wasting
enemy.
time here. The hunt awaits.
We can't build.
Ah,
We're
the
wasting
great
time here.
outdoors.
The hunt awaits.
lot of
Justice
use.
will be done. I can wait no longer. We must hurry. We must hurry. The hunt awaits for justice. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. I can wait no longer. The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. Justice will be
Monies.
done. I
Research
will finish
finished.
the hunt.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
Where shall I
In I shall not
go?
fear.
Our time is
As
short.
the goddess wills. I my way. Your building is
We're wasting time here.
Damn your lightning.
Is there trouble? What
We
is
must
nature's
hurry.
call?
inventory is full.
We're wasting time here. The end draws near. Now is the time.
No, 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 no.
The hunt is on.
Goddess, light my path. Make it fast.
Is there trouble? What is
The
nature's
hunt
call?
awaits.
Awaken.
Justice will be done.
Just repair, I guess.
We must hurry. Justice will be done. The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer.
Insufficient gold. Insufficient gold.
Eee. I'm so
We're
gold.
wasting
Gold,
time
gold to begin
here.
with, man.
We must hurry. Justice
There's less
will
fighting
be
the
done.
Dreadlords.
Mistress
She at
Shadow.
least heals.
We must hurry.
have
The end
I don't
draws
mind
near.
her.
Standing
The
guard.
hunt awaits.
sleeper
We're
has
wasting
awakened.
time here.
I stand ready.
These bitches that don't heal, man.
Must hurry. The hunt
And they don't do
awaits.
nothing.
I can wait no longer.
Our sacred grove is being
Justice will
desecrated.
be done.
Yikes.
Your building.
Yikes, they're still so strong. Fuck off. I hate
We're
you.
wasting time here.
Fucking strong. How many goddamn birds do I need?
Your building.
We're wasting time here. Justice will
Our
be done.
warriors have engaged the enemy. In position. Absolutely. Make it fast. My way.
Where shall I strike?
Research. Our warriors have
We must
engaged
hurry.
the enemy.
Now is the time. The hunt awaits.
Is there trouble?
Waiting on you. Fair enough. Done.
We must hurry. I will finish the hunt.
Speak your mind.
We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits.
My strength is yours. Anodora. Anodora. Our time is short.
Justice will be done.
This is also so useful.
I can wait no longer. We're wasting time here.
We can't build there. I am sworn to avenge. I shall not fear.
Are we being invaded? Gladly. Making
Our
trade.
time
Must
is
hurry.
short.
The end draws near.
Where shall I strike?
The hunt awaits.
Ah! Does that every now and again.
My strength is yours.
We're wasting time here. For justice. Justice will be done.
Our sacred grove is being
The hunt
desecrated.
awaits.
I'm away.
Great out.
Gods like
Speak your mind. What is nature's law? Standing guard.
No, not my bear.
In position.
Where shall I strike?
Swing and a miss.
I'm awake.
as the goddess.
Justice will be done.
Our gold mine has collapsed.
Well, it's
We're
going to be a lot of
wasting
wood.
time here. I will
Whoa,
finish the
glyph of
hunt.
fortification.
The guilty will suffer. We must hurry. The hunt awaits. Now is the time. I will finish the hunt. We're wasting time here.
Make it
Are we
fast.
being invaded?
The hunt awaits. We must hurry. The guilty will suffer.
Our time is short. My strength is yours. At once. I'm awake. I'm awake.
Justice will be done. We must hurry. The
Standing
hunt
guard.
awaits. I can wait no longer. Justice will be done.
Speak your mind. Absolutely.
We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits. Ashal Theranos! We must hurry. We're wasting time here.
I walk.
Nah!
I walk in shadow.
Justice will be done.
Your building is complete.
We must hurry.
Still most
Make
scared
it
about those
fast.
flying mounts of ice.
Justice will be done.
Terrifying.
The hunt
Our
awaits.
sacred grove is being desecrated. Is the truth? Speak your mind. Standing guard.
We're wasting time here.
Speak your mind.
My strength is yours.
Standing guard.
Where shall I strike?
Research finished.
Justice will be done.
My path is clear.
The hunt
Our
awaits.
sacred grove is being desecrated.
We must hurry. The end draws near.
Crazy loon. The
Ah,
red
cool. I got
maiden. She's reached the
vengeance.
shore.
We're wasting time here. We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits.
In position.
At the birds.
Our time is short.
We must hurry. Justice will be done. We must hurry.
My strength is yours.
The hunt awaits.
This is
Now
a lot
the
that was
time.
up here.
Justice
You need to be
will
careful.
be done.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
I'm awake.
We're wasting time here.
Speak your mind.
We must hurry. We're wasting time here.
I was stuck.
Engage the enemy.
The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt. Justice will be done.
No, is he trapped? He's trapped. Stupid vengeful spirits.
Wasting time here. We must hurry. The hunt awaits.
Shit.
I'll get them on top. As fast as I can.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Justice
Ooh,
will be
monies.
done.
Oh.
Absolutely.
What? But it's coins. What? Oh, that was
Justice
the wrong pen.
will be done. The end draws
Oops.
near. We're wasting time here.
Where shall I strike?
We must hurry. I can wait no longer. The hunt awaits.
Of course.
Our warriors have
Justice
engaged
will
the enemy.
be done. We're wasting time here.
My strength is yours. Our time is yours.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
My strength is yours. Where
Stand
shall I
in guard.
strike? Our time is yours. Aludura.
I
I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm awake. Our time is yours.
Hold.
The hunt awaits. We must hurry. Justice will be done.
My strength is yours.
We're building.
No!
The hunt awaits.
Damn it.
in position. We can't build it.
We're wasting time here.
Our time is yours.
We must hurry.
My strength is yours.
We must hurry. We're wasting
Where
time
shall I
here.
strike?
Justice will be done.
I'm awake.
The
I'm
hunt
awake.
awaits.
Our time is yours. My path is clear.
We must hurry. We're wasting time here.
Where shall
The
I
hunt
strike?
awaits.
My strength is yours. I'm awake. I'm awake. Where shall I strike? My strength is yours.
Justice will be done.
Waiting on
The
you.
hunt awaits. Now is the time. I will finish the hunt. Now is the time.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Justice will be done.
We're building.
We're wasting time here.
We're building. We're building.
No, move.
Grove is being desecrated. Standing guard.
Time is yours. Our time is yours.
We're wasting
So many
time
cyclones. Oh my god.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
We must hurry. The guilty will suffer. Justice will be done. I can wait no longer. The hunt awaits.
Our warriors have
We're
engaged
wasting time.
What is nature's heart? For the truth, the glad. Hi.
Lots of lose.
Justice will will be done. We must hurry. The hunt awaits. The end draws near. I can wait no
Never
longer.
terribly
We're
nice
wasting
thing to
time
hear.
here. The end draws near.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy. Make it fast. My way.
Holy shit.
All has awakened. I'm awake. I'm awake.
Justice will be done.
Waiting on you.
The hunt awaits. We must
My
hurry.
strength is
Which
yours.
way?
The hunt awaits. Now is the time.
Make it fast.
Point the way. Fair enough.
We must
Go get him.
hurry. The guilty will suffer.
Where shall I strike?
Speak your mind. Goddess, light my path. The great outdoors.
I feel like they haven't sent
We're
any
wasting
stingrays my
time
way.
here.
I'm awake.
Justice
Our
will
warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Hi.
Did not see his health bar.
Light my
Wait, my health bar has disappeared. Right? Right? What button did I press for that? Show unit life bars always. Out. What did I do? Uh-oh.
We're wasting time here. The
It
hunt
bugged.
awaits.
Yes. That's fun.
My strength.
Oh, they
is
came
yours.
back! It was the lightning. The lightning made him
Our
disappear.
time
We
is
must
yours.
hurry.
How about that?
Where shall I strike?
Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. I will finish the hunt. The hunt awaits.
Research
I'm awake.
finished.
I'm
We
awake.
must hurry. Justice will be done.
On your mark.
Our time is yours.
Justice will be done. We must hurry. The hunt awaits.
The great
We're wasting time here. Now is the time for the Watchers. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. The end draws near. The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt. We must hurry. The hunt awaits. The hunt awaits. We're
Our
wasting
sacred grove
time.
is being desecrated.
Whoa!
Anudora.
Not ready, not ready.
My strength is yours.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Our time is yours.
The great outdoors. Research standing guard. Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Justice
Ah!
will be done.
I'm awake.
I stand.
My strength is yours. Where shall I
Are we being invaded? For the truth.
God damn it.
Oh,
Stupid lightning.
Same.
we must hurry. I can wait
the
no
great
longer.
outdoors.
The end draws near.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
We must hurry.
Well, that's
the
nice.
hunt awaits. Justice will be done. The guilty will suffer. I can wait no longer. Now is the time. We're wasting time here. I will finish the hunt. We must hurry.
Stand ready. Point the way. Fair enough. Done.
How do I still not have enough moon ones?
Our Our raid outs have
We're
engaged.
wasting time here. Justice will be done. The
I
hunt
swear
awaits.
to avenge.
I will finish the hunt.
I swear to avenge.
We're wasting time here.
In position. Your man is defeated.
We must hurry. The hunt awaits.
Our warriors have
Justice
engaged.
will be done. The hunt awaits.
I stand ready. Our sacred grove is being desecrated. Your building is complete. Our warriors have engaged.
I'm awake. I'm awake. Reaper has awake. Where shall I?
Justice will be done. We must hurry. We're wasting time here. I can wait no longer.
Our warriors have engaged.
The hunt awaits. We're wasting time here.
My strength is yours. Our time is yours.
Justice will be done.
Oh shit, I lost a lot of units.
We must hurry. We must hurry. Let's roll. The hunt awaits. We're wasting time here.
Fuck.
Now is the time. The end draws near. The guilty will suffer.
Oh my god, I lost
Draws
everything.
near.
Fuck.
I can wait no longer. Justice will be done. Now is the time.
I use the F ability? What F ability?
I'm
We're
awake.
wasting time
I'm
here.
awake.
Justice
Our
will
time
be
is
done.
yours.
The hunt awaits. We must hurry. We're
Our
wasting time
warriors
here.
have engaged the enemy.
We must hurry. Justice will be done.
Your building is complete.
No, I do. I mean, I've
Hunter
been
waits.
forgetting doing both two things
Where
at
shall I
once.
strike? Our time is yours.
I just lost my entire army
My
over there, so that's
strength
cool.
is yours. At once.
The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. We must hurry. I will
Our sacred
finish the
grove
hunt.
is being
Shall I-
desecrated.
Woo!
Justice will be done. The end draws near.
Our
We're
warriors
wasting
have
time
engaged
here.
the enemy.
My
Justice
strength is
will
yours.
be done.
Where shall I strike?
We're wasting time here. I can wait no longer. The guilty will suffer.
I stand
Now is the
ready.
time.
Help me, help me.
I will finish the hunt. The guilty will suffer. I can wait
Oh
no
my god,
longer.
it's done this
The end
fucking
draws
forever.
near. Now is the time. For justice, I will finish the hunt.
I'm awake.
The hunt
I'm awake.
awaits.
Which
We
way?
must hurry. The end draws
Show me
near.
the path.
For the
Our
watchers,
time is yours.
I can wait no longer.
Where shall I strike?
The hunt awaits.
Guide.
Our time is yours.
We're wasting time here. Justice will be done. The hunt awaits. We're wasting time here. We must hurry. Justice will be done.
There's no time.
Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits. Ashal Theridas! We must hurry.
The great outdoors.
The hunt awaits. We must hurry. I will finish the hunt. The guilty will suffer. Now is the time.
Our sacred
Ashal
grove is being
Theridas!
desecrated.
My strength is yours.
Justice will be done. For justice!
There's no
We're
time.
wasting time here.
I'm awake. My strength is yours. You do wrong.
No, he ate it.
I must hurry. I can wait no longer. Now is the time. The end draws near. I will finish
Back
the
on the
hunt.
boat.
The guilty will suffer. We're wasting time here.
Ah, the great outdoors.
Justice will be done.
Yeah. We did it, right? God, thank God. Whew, I mean, I could see how they're, trying to make it different, enjoyable, but
The moon grant that she reaches Shondo Storm Rage in time. If not, Illidan may never be stopped.
mostly I'm just aggravated that the runner was useless. I mean, as a healer, she was fine, but I mean, like, really, go save the day, and she immediately gets caught in it. Like, what the... This is the Frozen Throne. She's a stand. Yeah.
Drassel's roots seem to be healing well. I wish I could say the same for Felwood. I fear the Legion's corruption will scar the glade permanently.
Your druids will think of something. Perhaps Ysera or Alexstrasza could lend their...
Your pardon, Shandor Stormridge, Priestess Tyrande. But she insisted that she be allowed to see you.
Who are you, girl? What is so urgent?
I am a servant of the Warden, Maiev Shadowsong. She who pledged to hunt down the betrayer, Illidan.
Timed holdout
Illidan?
Kodo transport mission.
Explain yourself.
With
Your
ships.
pardon, Shondo. But your brother has raised a dark army from the sea and stolen a powerful demonic artifact. Even now, my mistress battles him on the Broken Isles. She requires immediate reinforcements.
I will go. I will lead the sentinels there myself.
No, my lord. The druids and I can handle.
I am the one who set him free. The responsibility is mine.
That's true.
Then we shall both go.
This is on you.
If this girl's tale is true, Maiev will need all the help she can get.
Well, Apollo's always been well behaved. He's also an old man now. Aren't you, buddy?
Hold your ground, my warriors. Goddess willing, Shondo Storm Rage will come.
We've landed safely, but a few of our ships may have run aground on the outlying islands. I hate to leave any of our forces behind, but we simply have no time to wait.
My owls have already scouted ahead of us and found Maev's location. She and her forces are under attack, but we'll need to pass through the jungle to reach her.
Perhaps force of nature will speed our way.
Yeah, cut through those trees.
We best make haste. I doubt Maev's forces can hold out much longer.
Somehow it's ethical when he turns them into, slaves that do his war bidding. But when I
Our
cut them
time
down with an
is
axe,
short.
it's like, oh, you're killing the fortress. Blah, blah,
Where shall
blah.
I strike?
Standing
The
guard.
goddess calls.
Something is amiss.
Cat?
Has sleep dulled my senses.
Hello. I'm standing now. You can't go on my lap. Very clear, there's more forest than Brazil. Right? I mean, it makes them into slaves. It's ethical when they can feel being cut down.
The land and I are one.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
What threatens
My
these
strength
Make
is
it
yours.
fast. Are we being
lands?
invaded?
Threatens these lands.
Is there trouble?
Wait, what's
What
over
is
here?
nature's
Is
call?
amiss. Has
Hi.
sleep dulled my senses? The land
we
and
being
I
invaded?
are one. Has sleep
Our
dulled
time
my
is
senses?
short. Once.
The land and I are one. Threatens these lands. For Kalimdor, something is amiss.
Hello.
Are we being invaded?
I awoke
I'm
the
Jane.
beast by petting him.
What is nature's call?
Something is amiss.
Hello.
The land
we
and
being
I
invaded?
are one.
This is why my mic gets furry, by the way. Hello.
The hunt awaits.
Has sleep dulled
Hi.
my senses?
Making trails.
Yeah, I have an empty inventory. It feels
What is
bad, but
nature's call?
The
You're level
land
10.
and I are one.
That's pretty baller.
Threatens these lands. Ashtherodalabor. Anudor.
More trees. Do my bidding. Great. Once again lost the
Something.
health
Are we
bars.
being invaded? Is
It
there
shall
trouble?
be done.
What are these vile serpents?
I don't know, but these creatures feel familiar somehow.
And that fucking cutscene bullshit talking means I can't even see their health on the bottom. Are you kidding me?
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
We must move quickly to save Maev.
Now is the time. I will finish.
Make it as the gods will. What is nature's call?
Hello.
Has sleep dulled my senses?
We're wasting time here. I can wait no longer.
Standing guard. In position. I shall not fear. Make it fast.
Justice will be done.
The land and
Our
I
warriors
are
have engaged the
one.
enemy.
What threatens these
Are
lands?
we being invaded?
The land
there
and
trouble?
I are
For the
one.
tree.
Justice will be done. The end draws near. The guilty will suffer. The end draws near. Now is the time. For the watchers. I will
This is so fun without health bars.
The guilty will suffer.
Thank God.
Is amiss.
Hi.
Has sleep dulled my senses?
What is nature's call?
Something.
Gladly.
We're wasting time here.
Has sleep dulled my senses? Ashtherodalabor.
Your mind being invaded. What is nature's call?
Is amiss.
Use the hell out of tranquility.
The land and
Hi. I'm Jane.
has sleep dulled my senses? What threatens these lands? It shall be done. Just as I
Simulation of being
suspected,
blinded by the thunderstorm,
our
I
ships did
guess.
run aground here. The special allies I brought from Ashenvale should be somewhere in the vicinity.
Special allies?
Just keep searching. You'll know them when you see them. The land and
Are we being invaded?
has
What is nature's
dulled
call?
my senses. What threatens these lands? Something
What
is
is nature's
amiss.
call?
I
Is
know
there
dark.
trouble?
What threatens
Are we
these
being
lands?
invaded?
The land and I are one.
Hi!
Dull my senses.
Hi! What is nature's call?
Hush, Aragata.
Are we being invaded?
The land and I are one.
No, he's fucking with rocks too.
Is
This guy
there
just destroys everything he touches.
Are we being invaded? Gladly.
The land and I
What is
are
nature's
one.
call?
As
Hi!
dull my senses.
That's a lot.
The hunt awaits. Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
We must reach the warden's base quickly.
We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits. Justice will be done.
What are you doing? So
Standing
lazy.
up in this hope. I can wait no longer.
Make it stop.
We're wasting time here.
I am sworn to avenge.
Threatens these
Hi!
lands.
Are we being invaded?
We must reach it quickly. Destroy these huts.
What is
Dull
nature's
my
call?
senses.
Hi! I'm game.
Our warriors have
Are we
engaged the
being
enemy.
invaded? Speak your name. In position. Absolutely.
The hunt awaits.
Standing guard. Speak your I walk in shadow.
Justice
Oh, that
will
hurt.
be done.
Fuck.
The guilty will suffer.
Standing guard.
Now is the time. The end draws near. I can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt. I will finish the hunt.
I walk my way.
Shit.
As sleep
Is there
dulled my
trouble?
senses.
What is nature's call?
Something
Hi!
is
Must hurry. Now is the time. The
Our
guilty will
warriors have
suffer.
engaged the enemy. Our champion has fallen. Are we being invaded?
That doesn't lose me the game.
Is there trouble?
something is amiss. As
What is
sleep
nature's
Okay,
law?
good.
my senses.
In position.
The land and I are
Is
one.
there trouble? For the truth.
The land and I are one.
Hi!
Really? All this freaking cyclones.
Are we being invaded?
Pathetic wretches. As sleep dulled my senses.
What is nature's call? Is there trouble? Are we being invaded?
As sleep dulled my senses.
Speak your mind.
The land and I
Make
are
it
one.
fast. Hi!
The land and I are
What is
one.
nature's call? In position.
Something is amiss.
Are we being invaded? Hi!
As sleep dulled my
Is
senses.
there trouble?
Who threatens these lands?
Hi!
Something is amiss. One.
We can't go.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy. Goddess, life
Standing guard.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
Oh, no, from the other
I
side.
am sworn
Oh,
to
no.
avenge.
Both sides? Oh, that's terrible.
Speak your mind. As the goddess wills. Make it.
As sleep
Our
dulled
sacred
my
grove is being desecrated.
Maev's
Yes.
forces won't hold out much longer.
This is true.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy. As the goddess wills.
As sleep dulled my senses.
What is our sacred grove is being
Your
desecrated. Insufficient gold. In position. Is there trouble?
Dulled my senses.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Something is amiss.
Standing guard. Are we being invaded?
Threatens these
Standing guard.
In position. Speak your mind. I shall not fear.
The land and I are one. The land and I are
What is
one.
nature's call?
That's a lot of,
We'll have to fight our way through the Naga. to
Jesus
reach
Christ.
Then these foul beasts shall feel the wrath of the goddess's light.
Really? Really? You sure?
there. Has sleep dulled
I'm
my
awake.
senses?
I'm awake.
Ah, crap.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy. What is nature's call? Make Our sacred grove is being decimated.
Kill them, for love of God!
Your master.
Nodora. The land. Our time is gone.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated. Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Shit.
Has sleep dulled my senses?
Where shall I strike?
The land and I are one. Something is amiss.
Press the attack.
Threatens these lands. It shall be done. For Kalimdor. The land and I are one. Ashtherodanador. It shall be
Our
done.
warriors have engaged the enemy.
Something is amiss. Anudor.
Yee.
Be praised. I knew you would come, Shondo Stormrage.
Yeah, as
We
fast as I
reached you in
could.
time,
Wow. I definitely didn't loiter.
I'm surprised you came in person. Are you here to absolve your guilty conscience?
He wasn't even that bad
What
until we
I
told him
had
to get the
do,
fuck
my
out.
lord. You are in no position to judge me.
What you did was murder my watchers and set the betrayer free.
I would never
It
in my
is
life try to
you who
complete
should
the
be
campaign
locked in a
deathless.
cage.
Stop this, both of you.
That is
We're
not how I
under
get my
danger
jollies.
yet. Maev, what's the situation here?
There are no resources left in this area, Shondo. We'll need to find a gold mine if we're to marshal more troops for an assault on Illidan's compound.
Very well. Let's get moving then.
Our warriors have
My
engaged
strength is
your
gone.
master.
I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm
Ah.
awake. I'm awake.
My senses. For Kalimdor.
Where shall I strike?
Threatens these lands.
Alright, everyone.
It shall be done.
Our
Ashtherodanador.
warriors have engaged the enemy.
Pack it up.
My
Move it out.
strength is
Pack it up.
yours.
Move it out.
The land and I are one. Anudor.
We're wasting time here.
Has sleep dulled my senses? Threatens these lands. Something is amiss.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
The hunt awaits. The end draws near.
Our time is gone.
Oh, no, 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 no! Really? No! Ah, crap. Fortunately, I have enough gold.
Where shall I strike?
Our warriors have
Ah.
Anudora.
We must hurry. I can wait no longer.
The fuck you have to target my buildings, jackasses.
Justice will be done.
My strength is yours. Of course.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
As sleep dulled my senses.
It's okay. It's totally fine. Totally okay with this.
The land and I are one.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
These Naga are so tough, man.
Justice will be done.
Whoops, wrong button. Crap.
As sleep dulled my senses. Cleanse these lands. As sleep dulled my senses. The land and I are one. Your Kalimdor. Something is amiss. Cleanse these lands.
The hunter is.
I'm awake. What? A new rock. Our time of war.
The land and I are one. It shall be.
We're wasting time with the voice of it.
Oh. Oh, wait. Where did this guy come from? Who put that there?
As sleep dulled my senses. Something is amiss. Anudora. Ashterogami.
Your building is complete.
As sleep dulled my senses. Where shall I strike?
We must hurry.
The land and I are one. Something amiss. Cleanse these lands.
My strength
Lady
is
Vash
yours.
can go suck a dick.
Something is amiss. Ashterogami. As sleep dulled my senses. The land and I are one. Cleanse these lands.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
Dulled my senses.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
There, our missing comrades.
Oh, wow,
The
mountain
mountain
giants.
giants.
By a loon. I haven't seen one of their kind in ages.
The Legion's coming awoke many of our old friends from
Whoa,
their
why?
timeless slumber. These mighty ones will be of great help to us.
Justice will be done.
As sleep dulled my senses.
Your building is complete.
The hunter
Our warriors
waits.
have
awake.
engaged the enemy.
Oh.
We've wasted too much time. The longer we wait to attack, the stronger Illidan's forces become.
Buddy.
We must strike soon,
shut up.
Shadow.
Thank God it's not actually timed. I would be in trouble.
Something is amiss. Ashterogami.
We must hurry.
Has sleep dulled my senses? Anudora.
Ashrathoraman.
The land and I
Someone
are one.
claims the wilds. I heed the voice of the
lands. Threatens these lands. For Kalimdor.
We're wasting time here. Finish the hunt.
Shall be done. The land and I are one. Something is amiss.
We can't build it.
Threatens these lands.
We must hurry.
Dull my senses.
Justice will be done. We're wasting time here.
Oh shit, Illidan's here.
By any
Oh shit!
Tyrande, what are you doing here? This battle does not concern you.
I was wrong to set you free. I can see that now. You've become a monster.
Monster? Is that what you think of me?
Yes.
Always cared for you, Tyrande. I sought only to prove my worthiness, my power.
Raw power is no substitute for true strength, Illidan. That is why I chose your brother over you.
This game's just about an incel.
The goddess calls. When you are building this, I get the voice of the Lord.
I know. She keeps rubbing it in.
The hunt awaits.
I heed the voice of a loon.
Do the trees, you mean these things? Yeah. Slowly. I was totally on his side until he called the Naga on, you know, innocent people and killed them. That wasn't very cool. So, you know, drinking or taking this, whatever the fuck he did with the skull, that was okay. I was fine with that.
The land and I are one. Ashtherodanador.
I heed the voice of a loon. Someone claims the wild.
Yeah, once again, no health bars. Who needs them?
We can't build.
Oh, I also can't place buildings when this happens. Isn't that fun? Isn't that just like a neat little thing they made? Because they knew I was having too easy of a time.
Our warriors have engaged the
Your
enemy.
building is complete.
Oh, I can't even read tooltips. I'm pretty sure that was the right one.
The land and I are one.
I think that was just a heal. Great. Totally worth.
Anudora.
Justice will
As
be
sleep
done.
dulled my senses.
This is the fable of Blizzard Polish. You bet your ass it is. This is... Can't ask for anything more.
As sleep dulled my senses, it shall be done. Something is amiss. Anudora.
You tricked me.
We're wasting time here.
The land and I are one. Torfala Nordora.
Our
Oh, good, there was
warriors have
lightning.
engaged the enemy.
Now I can build stuff.
Shall be done.
Goddess, light my path.
The land and I are one. Anudora. What threatens these
Research
lands?
finished.
I heed the voice of a loon.
Something is amiss.
Of course they are shit.
As sleep
Of course!
The hunt awaits. Now is the time.
We can't build.
More lumber is required.
as sleep dulled my senses.
Your building is complete.
As sleep dulled my senses. What threatens
Make it
these
fast.
Stupid
Something
air
is amiss.
Naga bullshit.
We must hurry.
Research finished.
We're wasting
Research
time
finished.
here.
The land and I are one. The land is amiss. Has sleep dulled my senses? What threatens these lands? The land and I are one. Has sleep dulled my senses?
The hunt awaits. I can wait no longer. The end draws near. Someone please follow.
Your building is complete. More lumber is required. I am still revenge.
Justice will be done.
The land and I are one. Threatens these lands. Something is amiss.
Huzzah, units.
Speak your mind.
Something is amiss. What threatens these lands?
Is it a secret?
The land and I are one. Has sleep dulled my senses? Threatens these
Standing guard. Our
building
warriors have engaged the enemy.
is amiss. The land and I are one. Has sleep dulled my senses?
More lumber is required.
What threatens these
Justice will be done. The hunt awaits. The end draws near.
Something is amiss.
We're wasting time here. We must hurry. We must hurry. I can wait no longer. I will finish the hunt. Now is the time.
Oh,
The
that's
guilty
nice.
will suffer.
That's
Now
nice.
is the time. I can wait no longer.
Has sleep dulled my senses? The land and I are one.
Oh yeah, we're getting there.
What threatens these lands? Something is amiss. The land and I are one.
I stand ready.
Research finished.
Has sleep dulled my senses? What threatens these lands? Ashtelidala.
Shit!
The land and I are one. Anudora. Something is amiss.
I stand ready.
Oh my god, they're both coming?
It shall be done.
The great outlaw.
The guilty will suffer. Justice will be done. I will finish the hunt.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
What
The hunt awaits. I can wait no longer. The end draws near.
Oh my god, oh my god. Is that supposed to happen? Feels a bit unfair.
We're wasting time. Now is the time. The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt. I will finish the hunt. I can wait no longer.
I stand ready.
We're wasting time here. The end draws near. Justice will be done. I shall guard us.
I guess that wasn't too bad.
the great outlaw.
The hunt awaits. Now is the time.
Heed the voice, Shelby.
Something is amiss.
Someone threatens the wild.
The hunt awaits. The guilty will
Ouchies.
suffer.
Point the way. All too easy.
We must hurry. Justice will be done. The guilty will suffer. We're wasting time here. Justice will be done.
So many.
The land and I are one.
The goddess knows.
Is there trouble?
On your mark.
Hi!
We must hurry.
Has
Are we
sleep
being
dulled
invaded?
my senses?
Oh, they killed my last mountain giant.
Has sleep
Is there
dulled my
trouble?
senses?
Sleeper has awakened.
What is nature's
Is
call?
amiss.
Our warriors have
strength
engaged.
is yours.
Hi!
Something is amiss.
What is nature's call?
Has sleep dulled my senses?
Research finished.
Threatens these lands.
Is there
The
trouble?
land and I.
Oh,
are
I
one.
see.
Are we being
Research
invaded?
I get it.
Threatens these lands.
I'm on it.
Shall be done.
Is there anywhere else that I missed doing that? Maybe over
The
there.
land and I are one. Something is amiss.
Research finished. We can't. Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh, this time I didn't get rid of my health bars.
Yes, my senses.
We're wasting time here.
Hi! Hi!
The land and I are one.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy. Create more moons.
The land and I are one.
We can't build them.
Something is amiss.
What is nature's call?
The hunt awaits.
Dulled my senses.
I heed the voice of Elune. Asher Thoraman.
Is there
Threatens
trouble?
these lands.
Are we being invaded?
Has sleep dulled my senses?
We can't.
Far
build
away
them.
from their path if possible.
Is there trouble?
The land and I are one. What
Our
threatens
sacred
these
grove is
lands?
being desecrated. Your building
What
is
is
nature's call.
Wield the cudgel.
Is amiss.
How good are you in the root of the talent?
We're wasting time here.
No.
We must hurry.
So many summonables.
The land and I are one.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
The hunt awaits.
Garland, line,
We're wasting time here.
now research.
I can wait no longer.
The land has awoken. Ashtherodanador
Quick, while he's down.
My strength is yours.
threatens these lands.
Where shall I
The
strike?
land and I are one. Has sleep dulled my senses? Threatens these lands.
Your building is
That's a lot of shit.
I'll hide the sword.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Oh, fuck.
I can wait no longer.
Well, that ain't working.
Garland, line,
I know dark.
There is a lot of shit there, isn't there?
Something. Something is amiss.
Fairy fire.
Threatens these lands.
That'd be helpful.
The land
The
and
next
I
mission is literally the same as the Coda mission. Are you serious? Oh, that's some bullshit. No one enjoys that.
has sleep dulled my
I'm
senses.
awake. I'm
The
awake.
hunt awaits. I will
Research
finish the hunt.
My strength is yours.
Has sleep dulled my senses?
Yeah, it's a lot, man. There's a lot to get through, even without a lid in there.
What threatens these lands? The land and I are one.
I heed the voice of the Lord.
I'm awake.
Something. Anudora.
The sleeper has
For
awakened.
It
Our
shall be
time
done.
is short. My path, where shall I strike?
As sleep dulled my senses.
Research finished. Research finished.
Seems like Cyclone just simply didn't want to turn around.
And now the guilty will suffer. We're wasting time here. Justice will be done.
Threatens these lands. I are one.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
The land and I are one. Has sleep
The
dulled my
sleeper
senses?
has awakened.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
No!
Threatens these lands.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Justice will
Time
be
is
done.
short. Where shall I strike? My strength is yours.
Why are you targeting him?
Has sleep dulled my senses?
The sleeper has awakened.
We can't go there.
I'm awake. I'm awake. At once. Anudora.
What threatens these lands? Has sleep dulled my
Our
senses?
warriors have
Our
engaged
time
the
is
enemy.
short.
The land and I are one. Threatens these lands. Sleep dulled my senses. The land and I are
Our warriors have engaged.
Ah, fuck off.
We're wasting time here. The end draws near. The hunt awaits.
threatens these lands.
We're building.
The great outcome.
The land and I are one.
Hi.
Peck their eyes out! Get him!
We're wasting time here. I hear the voice.
Has sleep dulled my senses?
Should we be waiting? Is there trouble?
Anudora.
Great outcome. Are we being invaded?
We must hurry.
Your man.
The end draws near. The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. Justice will be done.
Has sleep dulled my senses?
The hunt awaits.
What is nature's call? What is nature's call? Making trade. Is there trouble?
Save him!
Hi.
The sleeper has awakened.
We're wasting time here.
Has sleep dulled my senses? For Calamor.
That is not the one that attacks. Noted. That's a lot of shit.
As sleep dulled my
My
senses.
strength is yours.
Justice will be done.
Oh, move like this way.
The hunt awaits.
As sleep dulled my senses. What threatens these lands?
By the great winds I come.
Goddess, light my path.
Justice
Ah!
will be done. I will finish the hunt.
Okay.
Stand against fall. Make it fast.
Where shall I strike this?
Run, buddy.
Our warriors have engaged. Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
Oh. Really?
Our warriors
How long has that been
have
happening?
engaged.
Fuck.
I can wait no longer. Now is the time. We're wasting time here. We're wasting time here. I can wait no longer. I
Our
will finish
warriors
the
have
hunt.
engaged the enemy.
Justice
Eh.
will be done. The end draws near. We must hurry. The hunt awaits. We must hurry. The guilty will suffer.
Our warriors have engaged
The hunt
Fuck.
awaits. Now is the time.
By the
I
great
will finish the
the
hunt.
great outdoors. What is nature's call?
Justice
Light
will
my
be
path.
done. We're wasting time here.
Hostile forces detected. Army raid defenses.
God damn. There was Galactic for the raid.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Justice will be done.
has begun. Ancient ways. For my brothers.
We're wasting time here.
Is there trouble?
Well, we
Or
held.
the trees.
We must hurry.
As sleep dulled my senses. And I are one.
Did you guys stop? What the fuck?
Ashtherodanador. It shall be done.
I am prepared. That's a given.
The hunt awaits.
By the great winds.
We
Wait, I have a Chimera Roost? Oh my god, I do have a Chimera Roost. Womp womp.
The sleeper has awakened.
Have a good time with the missus.
Hi.
It has begun.
As sleep dulled my senses.
By the great winds I come.
Something is amiss.
I'm awake. I'm awake. My path is clear. The sleeper has
Recognize these lands. As sleep dulled my senses.
We're wasting time here. The end draws near. Standing up.
Your building is
As
complete.
sleep dulled my senses.
Justice will be done.
Threatens these lands.
My strength is yours.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
God damn it.
Where shall I strike?
The hunt awaits.
No, not again! Why the fuck are they coming this way?
Our sacred grove is being desecrated. What is nature's call?
My strength is yours. All at once.
As sleep dulled my senses.
Really, guys? Really?
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Something.
The great
Our
out.
sacred grove is being desecrated. Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
I'm awake.
We must hurry.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
We must hurry. Now is the time. The guilty will suffer. I can wait no longer. Justice will be done. We're wasting time here. The end draws near.
The great outdoor.
I know dark
Insufficient gold.
threatens these lands.
I'm coming from over there?
Threatens these lands.
Our gold mine is running low.
Dulled my senses.
Yeah, that sounds right. Did this live or is that a new one?
Outdoors.
I think that was a new one.
Something is amiss. The land and I are one.
Yep, there's a whole lot more down there, isn't there?
As sleep dulled
The
my
hunt
senses.
awaits.
The sleeper
Let's wait for some ults, shall we?
Our time is short.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Why?
I'm
We're-
game. Glad.
The land and I are
Whatever.
We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits. The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt.
My strength is yours.
It was about as disastrous as the last time I just tried moving in.
Justice will be done. Now is the time. I can wait no longer.
Our champion has fallen.
All right.
Our warriors have engaged the
I'm
enemy.
awake. I'm awake.
This is so much more difficult.
Where shall I strike? My strength is yours.
as sleep dulled my
Our
senses.
time is short.
Are we being invaded?
The land
Our time is short.
as
I'm
sleep
awake.
dulled my
I'm
senses.
awake.
The land
My strength is yours. Where
Your
shall I
man
strike?
threatens these lands.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Dulled my senses.
Are we being invaded? I'm game. Glad.
Whoa.
The sleeper has awakened.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Have I ever commentated with Winter? I don't think so.
Our gold hub has collapsed. Our warriors.
These missions are so much harder than the first campaign, man. What the fuck?
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
Ah, the great outdoors.
Our warriors have
What is
engaged
making
the enemy.
for the trees? Is the making trails.
Thanks for the raid.
Forces detected. Arming raid defenses.
Lawson is having way less fun.
The hunter
I guess because it's so
Our
difficult.
warriors have engaged the enemy.
Has awakened.
Maybe. I'm just not having nearly as much fun in these missions.
I heed the voice of Elune.
What threatens these lands?
My
Someone
strength
speak
is
your
yours.
As the goddess
Something
wills.
is amiss.
Someone threatens the wild.
What threatens these lands?
What are these vile serpents?
I don't know, but these creatures feel familiar somehow.
Wretched islands. Naga, we are the future.
Is it amiss?
I am sworn to avenge.
The land not one. What
In
threatens these
position.
lands?
That wasn't a spoiler. We already discovered that.
Make it fast.
Dulled my senses.
I walk in shadow.
The land
In
not
position. Stand your ground.
I'm awake. Press the attack.
something.
I am
Yeah.
sworn to avenge.
We must hurry.
Just as I suspected. Threatens these lands.
Make it
Ashperodonador,
fast.
My arm is starting to
the
hurt.
land I
Stand in guard.
Something
In
is
position.
amiss.
I am sworn to
Has
avenge.
dulled my senses.
Speak your
Has
mind.
dulled my senses.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
We must move quickly to save my Ev.
For justice. Our warriors have engaged.
We're wasting time.
I am sworn.
Threatens these
Goddess
Speak your mind.
The hunter waits.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
Has sleep
Our
dulled
sacred
my
grove is
senses.
being desecrated. Make it.
The guilty will suffer. I will finish the hunt. Justice will be
Our warriors have engaged the enemy. Standing guard. I am sworn.
threatens these lands?
Our warriors have engaged.
Now is the time.
Anudora.
Okay.
Our warriors have engaged the enemy. Standing guard.
We're wasting time here.
In position.
Threatens these lands.
Speak your mind.
Something is amiss. What threatens these lands?
Make it fast.
Has sleep dulled my senses?
I am sworn to avenge.
The land and I are one. Has sleep dulled my senses?
Anudora, where shall I strike?
The land and I.
Standing guard. Our warriors have engaged the enemy.
These lands.
Make it fast. Standing guard. I am sworn to
Threatens these
avenge.
lands.
Nope, not that way.
My wait
The
is
land and
over.
I are one. Has
In
sleep
position.
dulled my senses? What
Speak your mind. Make it fast.
Why can't I see so much of that?
miss? The land and I are
Standing
one.
guard.
We'll have to fight our way through the Naga to reach Maev.
Then these foul beasts shall feel the wrath of the goddess's light.
Damn it, oh.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated.
We must reach the Warden's base quickly.
I can wait no longer.
Speak your mind. My wait is over.
The hunt awaits.
I am sworn.
We're wasting time here. The hunt awaits.
The shadow
Standing guard.
Anudora.
Our champion is fallen.
Oh, shit.
My strength is yours.
Our sacred grove is being desecrated. Standing guard. Make it fast.
I'm awake. I'm awake.
Once the land and I are one.
Our time is over.
Alright, I think that's enough for today. I'm not having any fun. I'm losing. We're done. It is a dramatic increase. I mean, usually you don't have to try that hard in the missions in the regular campaign. But to beat these ones on hard, can actually, like, kite and drag out units and pay attention to spells and shit. Ugh, lame. I actually had, weirdly enough, more fun in this Night Elf campaign when it was the non-macro mission through the dungeon. That was fine enough. These other missions, I don't like them. I don't like the Naga, man. Fucking these gigantic Naga dudes are so tanky. Sucks. But yeah. Time to call it a day anyway. I am tired. So thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for all the raids. I mean, surprised at all of them. Yeah, no announcements, I guess. So on Sunday, I might cast some of the RSL qualifier, but I'm honestly not sure. I want to watch the Nuggets game. So, maybe not. And there doesn't seem to be a lot of signups for these RSL qualifiers either, so they're not really the most exciting. I don't know if they're just not getting the word out, or people don't care, or they don't care specifically because the prize pool is kind of low, or what. But yeah, they're a bit underwhelming. I have played a lot of Deadlock since the patch. I'm starting to get used to the shop. Yeah, we got the GSL cast on, and those were actually fun games. Royal Guards are basically heroes. God. They're annoying. Okay. No cats to end it with? Oh, I got Dimitri. So good vibes with Dimitri to end the stream. Have a good Friday, guys. And have a good weekend. Bye-bye.